Angel in view. You want to be in view?
Yeah, I'll be in view. Look at, he's a beautiful person. Talking about you, Mike.
I see Jay Bowen in here. Solar flares are messing with networks all over the globe. Okay, that makes sense. Who's the beautiful person you have with you? I'm Mike. No, this is Angel. She's been on the show before.
Twice.
Yeah. Oh. Now I see. All my stuff is reinstalling.
How does solar flares work? That's interesting.
They do mess with the networks. Yeah, solar flares will mess with networks.
Did you know that this is how you peel a banana? It's not even from this side; it's from this side.
Oh yeah, it's easier to peel when you go from that
Plus,
side.
it also gets that one little piece off that nobody likes to eat.
Oh, and I'm gonna send this to a couple.
Because you want my banana, Glory? Glory wants my banana.
Banana.
Like she's like, I want your mouth. I want
everyone says I look like Gru, but
you do look like Gru.
Well, yeah. Well, I went as him for Halloween, and
you should let it get and I'll be a minion.
I was trying to get Mel. I got my friend Mel, that Angela. I was trying to get her to be a minion, but she wouldn't do it.
I'll do it.
Banana.
Beedo. Banana.
Banana.
Beedo.
No, I did not get to play on The Price is Right. They did not say, Michael Arthur, come on down. I did keep my name tag because it was cool. It was my first time being there. This is a little bit high, so I'm going to lower it just a little. My voice is still. I didn't lose my voice, but it's a little bit gravelly, and that was because it was 5 hours of yelling. Because there's Tommy. Tommy's in. Tommy was at the show. Yeah, and Tom's been on the show with Angel. We've done some live streaming.
We should get our guitars.
Oh yeah. Angel's playing the guitar now, and Tom loves to play the guitar. You should follow Tom on Twitter if you're on Twitter. He's Tommy Karate on Twitter. But yeah, we had a lot of fun. Tommy was there. I didn't know this. Tommy let me know. His neighborhood was featured in one of the Cheech and Chong movies. I thought that was pretty cool. When I go to LA, I do like seeing like movies that I enjoy, like where they were filmed and stuff like that. And like my kid really likes The Office, so we did make a special trip to Van Nuys to see where The Office was filmed. So that was fun. But yeah, my voice is still cracking and whatnot. Oh yeah, that's the antique thing that we bought yesterday.
This is cool.
Went to a thrift store, and that's a bar guide. So it's numbered all the drinks, and then you turn the little wheel, and they come up. That one looked good to me. I don't. It's called number 14, the Benedictine cocktail. I don't know what Benedictine is, but you put lime on the rim, and then you put powdered sugar, then cherry, one jigger Benedictine, and Aganostra bitters, and shake with ice and strain and serve.
That sounds bomb. Coffee cocktail. What?
I might have to go through this and do videos showing you all how to make the cocktails. Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, because I mean, I like this because they're old drinks. Like, and some of them I've had, like the old fashioned. I've had those Manhattans. I've had
coffee cocktails, 1/2 brandy.
Contro. Yep.
I don't know how to say that. Contro.
Yeah, Contro. It's a French word.
What is it?
It's a liqueur.
Oh.
Yeah. I think Contro is it's a form of brandy. It's always it's near the brandy in the liquor store. I do know that.
I have to try that.
Benedictine, I don't know where that's at, but I was wondering if that is, what's the one drink that the bottle shaped like a Benedictine monk?
It's probably that one. Go back to 13.
So, yeah. They also took down the Night Stalker a couple blocks from here. Oh, that's awesome. You live near the Night Stalker? Which one? Because there were two Night Stalkers, even though they thought it was one. In fact, I just watched a YouTube short about that. It was Peter Lorre's daughter. She was walking near a park in LA. I think it was Echo Park, actually, which isn't that far away. and she was stopped by two cops and questioned. And at some point, she mentioned that she was Peter Lorre's daughter. Now, Peter Lorre, you'll recognize his face more from like Warner Brothers things. He was always in like horror movies. He's young, he talks like this. Um, but yeah, they always like to spoof him in like those Warner Brother cartoons. Well, he was a big horror and like fantasy, not fantasy, but like thriller, I guess, actor. Well, as these two were talking to her, these two cops were talking to her. She had mentioned who her dad was, and they let her go. Well, it was actually not cops; it was Bianchi and Bono, the Night Stalkers. So she was saved from being killed because of who her dad was. Richard Ramirez.
Good morning, Chris.
Oh, was it Ramirez? Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Bianchi and Bono were another. I do follow and look up stuff on serial killers when I'm bored. Uh, Bianchi and Bono were the Boston Strangler. Is that? There's only a couple instances where there were two where they thought there was one serial killer. Good morning, Chris. Yep, happy Mother's Day to everyone out there. Of course, happy Mother's Day to me because, like Shaft, I'm one bad mother.
Happy Mother's Day. I forgot to tell you that this morning.
I'm so fucking stupid some days. I'm going to retweet this out so more people on Twitter find us.
Maybe I should be back here doing something retarded. Just kidding.
I'll give my views on politics. That gets pretty retarded.
Politics are pretty retarded.
You guys digging the background music I got going today? This Restream offers me the ability to put background music, but I was like, no, I'll just put it up on the TV. Normally, I keep the news on the TV, so then I can just see if, in this case, if there's any breaking news. But
I need to change my song.
Oh, you're working on Mom's lunch. What are you making your mom for lunch? And if you're busy making her lunch, don't put that off to type. Just let us know when you can. I got Glory laying here next to me. Let's see. Big things. Price is Right was fun. Me and Tommy enjoyed that quite a bit. We also had Dan from Rescue Residents there. Make sure you're following Dan. Dan is trying to build a veterans community. See, like with my nonprofit, we kind of fly by the seat of our pants. I don't have a lot of volunteers. I don't have like a lot of funding. So when I get stuff in, I try to immediately give it away. That's the easiest way for accounting for a 501c3 is give it away immediately. So that way you don't have to really account for anything. Can you use Restream on the phone? Yeah, I do all the time. In fact, this is my iPad, and I'm using the iPad instead of my phone because I can read the chat. It's much bigger, and I believe the chat populates for me like a half second before you guys see it right here. So if I'm a little bit ahead of the game, that's why. Cutting down beef and potatoes. Ooh, that sounds good. That sounds really good.
That's not good. True. Okay, Glory, come here. You want to be a baby?
She's like, I want to be baby.
Okay, there you go, Glory.
Glory loves attention. Her favorite thing is to be talked to. Don't you? You like being talked to because you're a member of the family and you want to be
cuddled.
You want to be cuddled and you want to be a part of what's going on. I used to have beagles. Wow, beagles are they're not in your face, but they're very nosy. Like if you have beagles, do not put blinds up on your windows because they will be ruined. They will be looking out every window they can.
Sorry. She said, no, pet me, don't stop.
Pet me. The cool thing about The Price is Right is on TV the set looks huge. It really does look huge. It's really it's big, but it's not that big. They move things around for every shot. So that was pretty interesting. It's hard to hear because they're encouraging everyone to yell, which is why my voice is so hoarse. That's why I didn't do a stream yesterday. I was going to do one, and I was like, my voice is a little bit messed up. I probably shouldn't talk too much. Yeah, so it's very loud, and the hearing is, a bit of an issue. Um, one of the ladies who showed up like right after us, she did get picked. She did make it to the showcase showdown, but then she lost her showcase. Um, but she was sitting right in front of us. So when that airs, which will be on Veterans Day, you will see me and Tommy when she gets called up. She was one of the last ones called up too. Hey, Kahanu's here. Kahanu, go check out Kahanu's new video. I did make some comments on it. I've got to share it out. In fact, I might do a stream later where I put it up on the side and I give a react to it. But he went to his VA. He had an appointment, and immediately they sicked the security guards on him. So we need to. I definitely want to get a letter going that people can sign on to about all this crap that the VA is doing, because VA cops should have body cameras. They should not be allowed to turn them off. I think a cop turning off a body camera should be considered tampering with evidence.
I think so too.
Yep, because I mean, body cameras are if you're a cop, a body camera is your lifesaver. That can prove the situation that you're in, as long as you're a good cop. But yeah, the VA police, why? It's federal. They can afford body cameras. The only reason to not have body cameras at this point is because you wanna hide stuff. But yeah, the VA police do not have body cameras, and they were immediately harassing Kahanu. Immediately. Hey, good morning, numismatic. He's Canadian, and you'll like him because he collects coins.
Oh, cool.
That's numismatic. That's I forget what the official word is.
I like all people.
I like people too, when they leave me alone. I like you. Just stay over there. Stay over there. Don't talk to me. Don't look at me.
Yeah, but that's how I am. I'll just stay hiding in my little hidey hole. I like all of you. It's not you. Meow, Glory.
Okay, yeah. Dogs are chasing cats. Hey. Yeah, I know you want to be the referee, but please stop.
Lily. Really?
Yeah, we got Angel's dog, Lily.
Really?
She
Ow.
loves. This dog just wants to love.
Just everybody and everything. Not everybody loves you, Lily. Not everybody loves
I
you.
love. Gloria just walks past me and just whacks me in the face with her tail.
She's like, Lily's getting attention.
Well, you could cuddle.
Oh my gosh, dogs.
And we did finish. I don't know if I told you guys this. We were doing a Rick and Morty puzzle. Well, primarily Angel, but I was helping. I'm a helper.
I think we did like equal share 50-50. So we were missing pieces.
We should get another puzzle.
Sure.
We were at the thrift store yesterday. I didn't see any, because had I saw one, I would have been like, "Oh yeah, let's do it." But we did see games, and I love playing old trivia games to see what the answers to the questions used to be. I'm gonna love your neck short. HIPAA violations out the wazoo. Oh, awesome! Yeah, because honestly, the in my experience, the government is the biggest one to violate HIPAA. In fact, as you all have been following the last couple weeks, I've been harassed for several years. I didn't go public about it until here recently because I got attacked, and so TCOM, and thank you for those of you who have called. TCOM has started evaluating things. They have not said they are going to investigate. They're evaluating my claims. So that pretty much tells me preliminary investigation. So thank you for those of you who have called or emailed the Inspector General of the Marine Corps, the Commanding General, TCOM, the Commandant of the Marine Corps, DOD, any of those. Thank you for that. But it's funny because I was physically attacked by an assistant chief of staff at the base. And now when I come aboard the base, I am in fear. I was told this week my fear of being attacked is irrational. Yeah. My fear of being attacked is irrational. How it's irrational, I don't know, because I've already been attacked once. Do you like this view better?
No.
No?
Because I can see myself.
So
I don't
yeah.
want to see what I look like in the
So
morning.
if you've been attacked, thinking that you're going to be attacked again is irrational. And that was personnel of TCOM who said that. I won't divulge who. It was not the investigator. And I can also now divulge this. One of my attackers, because my attackers then went, after they attacked me, they went and told the police I attacked them. They didn't know I had a dash cam. And before it was known to them that I had a dash cam video, they had made a police report and also applied for a temporary restraining order. So there's been a temporary restraining order against me. Now, every time they ask for a continuance, it gets extended, but also relaxed. And Skipper's attacker's name is Hal Sellers. Please help and report him. Ask for a thorough investigation. Yeah, we're not asking for them to do anything other than a thorough investigation. Thorough investigation will bring light to everything that was done. So yeah, they told the police I had attacked them and got a temporary restraining order, which they didn't charge me because I could prove that no, I didn't attack anybody and I defended myself, legal defense. So at the end of the month, I have court. And when they relaxed the TRO, a temporary restraining order, it's to protect them, but it also is to protect me. And I can recognize that. Whenever the government does a restraining order, it is to protect all parties, even though I have the sanctions against me. It is to protect me, and I can recognize that. But when they relaxed it, that put responsibilities on the other parties. And what we did this week is we filed 17 counts of contempt of court by the other parties because they have not been honoring their terms of the temporary restraining order. So I can now successfully divulge that. I tried to avoid court in all of these matters. I tried to get the base to investigate, just investigate. Never said I want you to fire some so and so. I want you to do this to so. Never did any of that. Because I believe strongly in the process when the process is put into effect. Preemptive strike to maintain their innocence. It's BS. Yes, that's absolutely true. You filed charges. Sorry, wasn't listening. Yes, me and my attorney, we filed charges of contempt of court because they were not honoring their side of the restraining order. She doesn't like picked up. She likes that though. She likes that. She's like, okay. I didn't like being picked up, but I like this.
I'll be a baby.
You like belly rubs too. Belly rubs. Yeah. So yeah, so there is now criminal charges against at least one of the parties who attacked me. As we go down this assault charges, no, the DA would not charge with assault. And here's what the DA told me. Well, you kicked their ass. I'm like, yeah, but they attacked me. He was like, yeah, but you beat them up, so I'm not gonna do anything about it. Guess what? I still live in fear. I live in fear every day that if I'm in public, they could attack me again. But the big point is lie about the attack again. That's what's really scary, is that they lied to officials. And had I not had a video, I would probably be in jail. I've had this through this whole process. I've had to show more proof than anyone else. At no point have any of my claims been considered truthful. And even when I provide proof, they haven't. Is that scaring you? The back scratcher scares you? Well, she's using it. It doesn't make noise. Normally, things that make noise scare people. Yeah, she's like, yeah, I don't want this.
Nope.
What about the dog brush? The dog brush? Like that?
Lily's like, no,
Lily's like, nope, I'm not doing this. Go get it. Go play with her. Go play. Go get it. Can you not put your tail in my coffee? I've got to go get more coffee, so I'm gonna in a second here. Angel's gonna be put on the spot and be like, okay, entertain the.
Angel's gonna go work out. It's my morning workout time. Sorry, guys.
We might have to end the stream or move the stream to watch. To watch some yoga. Quit attacking the dog, Skipper.
Bye.
I need to pull my guitar out. I haven't really touched my guitar in years. I only learned, I used to know 10 songs, but Angel's playing now. So I'm like, well, maybe I should start playing again. But that's the status. So for those of you who've called, if you serenade us, I'll tell you this. When I get my voice back, we've already been talking about getting a karaoke machine here in the house because I love to karaoke. So does Angel. So once my voice comes back, we might buy a karaoke machine and do some live karaoke for you all. I think that would be fun. And we can take for super chats. We could take your your requests. Please God, don't. I'll say this: I can do a pretty good Tom Jones.
Did you know everybody says my name wrong? It's not Angel, it's Angel.
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 Okay.
Everyone says Angel.
I do. Okay, I'll correct that. Ange hair gel.
Angel. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know how you're supposed to say it, but it's spelled Angel. For
me, a lot of that is my Midwestern accent. Like people from Oregon get really annoyed because in Ohio there's Oregon, Ohio, and that's how we say it, Oregon. But there's the state of Oregon, and that's how they say it up in Oregon. So with my Midwestern accent, yeah, I do mispronounce some things, or it sounds weird. Okay. Love you, pretty girl. Yep. You'll give me kisses, yes. We don't deserve animals. Animals are too good. And now Lily is chasing one of the cats, and of course the dog is like, "What's going on out there?" I'm digging this music. This is like 80s movie background music. This sounds like they're going to a fight, and it's building up. Yeah, happy Mother's Day to all you mothers out there. Especially Shaft. I'll turn that a little bit. So that's the update on my legal battles. Contempt of court charges filed. And being told that my fear of being attacked again is irrational. The good thing is we only asked for two things in the contempt of court filing. Only asked for two things. We asked for sanctions, which essentially means that individual has to pay my court costs. So we asked for that. And the other thing that we asked was for a mental health evaluation because this individual will not stop. It's been 8 years of harassment. I finally did the math. 8 years that they've had the Marine Corps harassing me, all the way back to 2015. I'm a mother lover. You're a mother lover. We should. Yeah, that was a great Saturday Night Live. I'm a mother effer. Does that count? I think it does. I think that should count for something. um, but we did have fun yesterday at the thrift store. I've not been on for a while due to work, but have you sent the letter to Governor DeSantis about the judge and what the hell's? Yes, so we did send that letter. I've also sent another letter. I did a letter on Amanda Martin, and in the community tab, you'll see I did post that video. It's a form letter, so if you all want either of these two letters, I have posted them in the community tab. I highly, highly, highly encourage you to you take those letters, reword it if you need to, but send some, because the more of us who do stuff like that, the more likely we are to see stuff happen. Just like your phone calls on my case that you've made to the Marine Corps and to Training and Education Command, that's gotten noticed. I'm not going to tell you any of you what to do. Obviously, do what you're comfortable doing. Definitely do whatever you're comfortable doing. And but we need to show that, hey, we know what's been done, and we don't like it. We have the petitions, the letters on Discord for easy access. Oh, excellent. So yeah, Chris, I have already put out a link to Chris's Discord. Chris, if you can, put that into the comments. I'll try to remember to push that out again later on today. And that way we can keep, we can all stay connected. Having these different communities in different places, like, as you all know, I've got the VeteranNation Facebook group, I've got my Twitter, I've got my Instagram. I don't have a Discord, but Chris and Eric Miller, KT7LTN, they both have Discords. It's good to be in these, because if anyone ever gets, oh, Eric is in the chat, I was just giving your Discord a shout out, Eric. Eric and Chris both also have YouTube channels. Check those out. But by us being a member of each other's things, if ever we get deplatformed from one thing, it's easy for us to still maintain contact in other areas. And that way, like when I've lost Twitter accounts in the past, my current Twitter account is the biggest one that I've had, because I came into contact with people in other places. So when they took down my one Twitter account, I went to these other ones and said, hey, I've got a new account. Here it is. And everybody was able to follow me right away. Okay, so yeah, there's Chris's channel. Also Eric's Discord. So yeah, I highly encourage you guys. Discord is really good for organizing. It's a gamer app where you can do video stuff, but it's really good. Like, I've been a part of a couple news organizations. For those of you who've been following me for years, I've written sports articles, I've written political articles, I've written for different things. Almost always did everybody use Discord as the way to kind of coordinate, because you can do video calls in there. You can, there's a lot of really good connectivity. It will allow you to share some pretty large files. So it's an easy way to move stuff around, and you can set up channels to private. I really do love Discord, but I've got too many things. In fact, I was talking to someone, and they get upset that I don't care about Facebook. Like, if I lose my Facebook tomorrow, I really don't care. I've had my Facebook for years. I keep it private because it's primarily for friends and family. But before I really understood social media, I did some things on it, like had pictures and stuff that now I can't really undo. So if Facebook ever bans me, I don't care. I don't care. All that stuff will go away. And, because now I am kind of a public figure. I do this show. So there's things that are going to be public. And I'm okay with it, but I now know more of what I'm doing with social media. So I guess that's my point. So if I lose my Facebook, it's not going to break my heart. Oh, yep. There's a Veteran Affairs. Um, um, After Service Adventures. Okay. So I don't think I'm following them. So thank you for putting them in there. I'll make sure I start following it. And it's nothing. In fact, we've got 21 people in here. Everyone hit the like button. That's the easy way to help. Like, comments, and subscribing are the best ways to help people doing all this stuff. In fact, I'm going to put this into a couple of my groups on um, on Twitter, because I know we can get a bunch of people on Twitter on here watching this morning stream. That's one thing I do enjoy. Twitter does kind of make things a little bit easy. You just tell DM, and then you start picking which ones you wanted in. So yeah, there'll be more people jumping in here, I believe, in a moment. So let me go back here, and I'll click on our thing, and I'm going to repost it again. These are the tricks. These are the tricks. Oh, look at that. Yep. I really want Tommy Karate. Okay, so here's one thing that Tommy does. Tommy is a veteran, and he grows his own medicine. And I've asked him, he's not sure if he wants to do it, but I've asked him if he would do some growing your own medicine videos. I think that would be great for the channel, because there's a lot of veterans who are interested in that. And Tommy's a really good guy. He does cat rescues right there in LA. So thanks. I was able to join Discord. Awesome. Yeah, that's us staying all connected and networking. That's how all this is how we get better organized and more powerful. We give our voices power by doing this. It's like me. Here, I'll do my. You guys are. We did a vote on this, so if you have a problem with it, you should have been more vocal. But you guys are hashtag support squad. That post. Yep, there you go. Come on, go away. There we go. So I'm now, whenever I have a call to action for you guys, I'll do it hashtag support squad. Skipper want me to post up anything? So if you want to put either the email or phone numbers to either TCOM or the IGMC, if anyone wants to help me with my fight, I definitely appreciate that. So if you want to post that, but again, I'm not telling anyone to do anything. Do what you want to do. I do have in my community tab the letters. So for those of you, I would, if you could just print off or at least write down, copy what I wrote from the form letter. It's going to cost you the cost of a stamp. We can help Jeremy and George. They're good people, and they're dealing with a really BS fight. So if we can help them by sending out a couple letters, it's just going to cost you a stamp. But what that does is it shows that they have. No, she's doing her Pilates in the kitchen, so she's worried that you guys can see her. If I showed her, it would probably boost the channel. People would be like, "More Angel working out, please." But maybe if I posted more pictures of me working out, because there's so many dudes who decide to jump in the chat before to criticize how I look, which I find hilarious. If you're a dude, what do you care about what another dude looks like? Unless if you're what are some of the? I like the old timey phrases like he gardens, or I'm trying to think like the old euphemisms that they used to say for being gay, like yeah, he keeps his mother's shoes. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Chris. And likewise, you know, I do try when I see your guys' stuff. I do try to push it out. Um, I am in a couple groups where we do retweet each other's stuff, just because Twitter's made it so easy. But Discord's also make it easy. I when I started the stream, I was pushing this out into people's into their Discord channels. I have put this into the into a couple of the YouTube groups. Um, so if you're following, if you're in my VeteranNation group on Facebook, um, then you'll see where I've put this. In fact, here I'll just pull it up and show you, so that way you can also see the group. So there's the VeteranNation group. That's what it looks like. And if you scroll down, scroll right there, you can see where, boom, that's where today I posted in there. I try to always do that just because I know things don't always populate on people's feeds. So if I share it out to different places, and if we're all following each other in different places, it will populate. In fact, I want to put this on someone's Telegram. Now that, see, you guys help me so much. You remind me about a lot of this stuff. So yeah, I definitely want to put this into a Telegram for my buddies. So there we go. And the other thing is, now that I'm doing this, if any of you want to come on stream, let me know, because this is real. Restream makes it real easy. I can share the link with you all. I'm gonna go get some coffee. And okay, so one thing that annoys me this morning, the coffee grounds in the thing spilled over, and now I've got coffee grounds in the pot. I hate when that happens. FYI, I have an auto post set up for when many YouTubers such as yourself go live, including AVA, TAV, and all the vet. Yep, I have. I do the same thing. I've got Twitter notifications and YouTube notifications. I believe, Eric, I do have notifications on for you. I know I do for AVA. I'm pretty sure I do for the Angry Vet. For my co-host TC, he's got his channel, Minnesota Black Robe Regiment. I do have notifications for him as well. Please help in Skipper's fight. Please call the office of General. I found out it's not an L, it's an I am, and ask for an investigation. Yeah, we just want a thorough investigation. We're not asking them to fire anybody. We're not asking them to NJP anybody. We just want an investigation, because an investigation establishes facts. That is the very first part of every military investigation. When you do it, you say, okay, here's the investigation, point the letter, all that stuff, right? But then when you get in the meat and potatoes, first thing, finding of facts. They're set up on video link channel on my server. Awesome. Yeah, that's us sharing all this stuff together is a way for us to share our audiences and put our stuff in front of people that probably wouldn't see it any other time. So that's why it's helpful. All right, so people are okay. I'm getting notifications now. I'm just making sure that if anyone wants to come onto the if anyone wants to come onto the stream live and have their picture appear and talk with me, we can do that. I'm just making sure that none of these notifications I have are of that. Happy Mother's Day to this beautiful lady. No, she isn't my mom, but she's someone's mom, and I smashed. So salute. I'm thinking, oh, someone wants to come on the stream when I get a message, and no, they're sending me memes. But I love memes, as you guys know. If you follow my group, yeah, I'm constantly posting memes. That's why I get in so much trouble. I did have one meme this week that was reported. People were they were trying to say that what I was posting was Oh, we got more people on X watching this morning. We got 15 on X and 6 on YouTube right now. Awesome. Yeah, they thought I was posting nudes, which I wasn't. It was a collage of different things about the Biden administration, and someone reported it, and the bot automatically took it down. I had to appeal it, and it was put right back up because it was not nudity. I need to get that bot that Eric has for announcing lives. Yeah, yeah. Is that a bot in Discord? Discord, that's the other thing. Discord that I like is they allow you to use bots. Now, I know normally bots are a bad thing, but you can use like auto moderation bots. Um, you can use things like a bot. Like I'm in a couple stock Discords, which I do. I was talking with Greg, the flying auditor. I really want to get a veteran stock group and like once a month do a stream where we talk about various stocks that veterans, because a lot of veterans just don't understand investing. But there are some out there who not only follow it but are very very good at it. But I want to get something like that going, and you can put a bot in your Discord to like when someone puts like a stock that you're watching, you can be like, okay, add that to our watch list, and whenever it makes major movements, it'll put a thing in there. Discord is great for investing, and this is where I'm hoping that Twitter goes. I know what Elon wants to do with Twitter, all the things he's talked about. I think some of these things will be really good. The only thing I don't like on Twitter is the For You tab. I wish I could remove that. I don't want the For You stuff. I only want to see the tweets of the people I'm following. I get that some of my followers follow a lot of the same people. I get it. I don't want to see all their tweets. Sometimes they make me mad because I know that they're stealing people's tweets, and I've seen that. Other thing is, for me, like I only follow people who either follow me or have interesting content. So if if you're following me and I'm not following you, let me know because I will follow you. But if I'm following you and you're not following me, it's because I think you have interesting enough content that you don't need to follow me back. So that's kind of my take on Twitter, and I've been on Twitter since 2010. I got on to follow comedians, and for like pre-2015, Twitter was a lot of fun, and then it became not fun. I considered walking away. I just had good people on there that I was following and sharing things with. That's why I didn't leave. People like Tommy, and now Twitter's getting fun again. So don't like for the you stuff. Yeah, I mean, with so much of this stuff, yeah, we have to support each other. We have to support each other's streams. Like I'm in some retweet groups, and there are people who I don't see eye to eye with on certain things, but I will still retweet them because, again, I don't have to see eye to eye with everything that a person says. For the most part, I like them, but I will support them, and I will support their ability to have a voice. That's the big thing I find so egregious about Jeremy and George's situation is that they had their voice taken away without proper adjudication. I have a TRO against me. It has not been adjudicated. So, and you have to understand when these things in the court of law are put on you, it limits what you can do. Like, yeah, you can respond, but that comes at the court's time, and the court moves incredibly slow. And that was, like when I informed the Marine Corps this week about these contempt of court charges. Like I told them, they were like, well, we need more information. And I was like, well, without breaking attorney-client privilege, I can't really do that at this time. I can tell you, I'm limited in what I can do, and I can do this today. I can do this today. Like, this is what I can do. And, I don't, like them saying, well, we need you to give us more information. No, you don't. No, you don't. This is contempt of court charges. The Marine Corps has attorneys. They have attorneys. A lot of this stuff is public record. Go get the information. You can go to the courthouse just as easy as I can go to the courthouse. You can go get it yourself. What I am doing is I am properly informing you that you have people who've harassed me who now have criminal charges against them. There you go. IGMC point of contact. Yeah, there you go. So, anyone who contacts him or the Inspector General of the Marine Corps, you're helping to bring light to this. And again, we're just asking for a thorough investigation. I'm not asking for anything crazy. Let's figure out what the facts are. Because I am very confident that the facts will all support me. I've got videos. So how was the Price is Wrong trip? It was fun. We had a lot of fun. It will air on Veterans Day, so that's 11/11, November 11th. So everyone tune in. You will see me and Tommy Karate. I know we were on camera at least once because the woman in front of us, she got called. She wasn't directly. She was a little bit to the right, but she had to get up and walk past us. So I know we're on camera. She made it to the Showcase Showdown. It was funny, like some of the things like that they had messed up one of the shots. So in the commercial break, when Drew comes in, because Drew and George come down into the atrium where all the crowd is, and they talk to the crowd, interact with everyone. That's when they had to bring the thing back out, and they had the pretty girl standing next to it, and they were redoing the shot. So that was pretty interesting. That that's how they do that. They do it right on the fly. Lots of yelling, 5 hours of yelling. They brought. So we were at the early taping, which they start bringing people at 8:00. Actually, I think they were a little bit before. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tommy. But they bring you in at 8:00, and right from the get-go, they're like, okay, we want to see high energy, so that's how we pick who's on the show. So you got to be clapping, you got to be screaming. We want to see who's going to support each other. We want it to be exciting. So they're evaluating you to see who's going to be on the show, and so you're clapping, screaming, doing all this stuff. Everybody's happy. That was one cool thing about it. For us, it was all veterans. So, you had the veteran trash talk amongst the services, which was fun. It was a good time. If you're coming out here and want to see it, go to On Camera Audiences, and you can get free tickets. They don't charge for the tickets. You just go in, look at what days you're going to be there, select what taping. Now, here's the other thing. There are priority tickets, okay? And we were like, oh, how do you get the priority tickets? We were talking to the one producer, and he said, well, it's first come, first serve. And we got there at 4 a.m. We did not need to be there at 4 a.m. By 5 is when other people were showing up. We wanted to be guaranteed to get in. So at 5, that's when other people started showing up. Well, if it gets such a long line that they cut off, then everyone in line, they give priority tickets to the next show. So that's how that works. I don't like a certain YouTube, and I refuse to watch any streams he's in. In my opinion, he didn't do his due diligence. Then he also got very petty on YouTube, so I don't watch him. I mean, and that's fine. That's fine. I mean, you don't have to like everybody. I do try to support people, but there are people out there that I don't like, and I don't really support. And I also don't try to bash them unless I see them doing something negative. And I've had, with some of you guys and some people who are not here right now, I've had some discussions, and you got to run. Have a good one. Thanks for joining us this morning. There's been some people I've had some discussions about. I love watching First Amendment auditors. I think they're, as a whole, doing our country a very good service. There are some out there who are just anti-cop. I'm not anti-cop. From that, you can kind of figure out which First Amendment auditors I'm okay with and which ones I'm not. Because I'm not an anti-cop guy. I'm anti-bad cop. Just like how I'm anti-bad government. This has to do with what the hell's. Yeah. I mean, there's some people within the what the hell sphere that I don't really follow, and that's okay. I love Willis. I talk about that. I love watching Willis. We've had Deanna in the stream before. I love Deanna. So you don't have to like everybody. That's okay. And and I've had people who've approached me, like I said, off camera, want to know how I feel. I'm happy to talk about it. I don't I don't want to use my platform really to bash people. Unless if they're doing something I see as really bad and harmful. I don't want to be one of those. Every cop I've met so far is bad. Well, you are in Baltimore. So like that's one thing I'll say, Kevin. You're in an area where, don't get me wrong, I met good people in Baltimore. I also have seen some interesting things in Baltimore, and I'll just say that again. I don't want this to be a thing where I bash. I will make the joke. You're in Baltimore, though. I subscribe to a few YouTubers and learn so much about American law and the insanity of trials. The one part of our American government that has not yet to be reformed, that is in bad need of reform, is our judicial system. Absolutely. Love discussing dissenting opinions, and what I don't like is the hate and the pettiness. Oh, absolutely. So I'll give you a little bit of insight. I used to be a moderator of one of the What the Hell's groups, and I was removed as a moderator, not because of my opinion, not because I did anything wrong. There's just when people become admins and moderators of groups and stuff, they tend to get a very high opinion of themselves, is what I'll say. I'm not that guy. I'm the first one to say, hey, my opinion's probably crap. And I've seen this play, like I used to be very active on Reddit. I'm not anymore. I saw this on Reddit. People get too protective of what they think is important. And it's like, when you have a community, like your audience, you guys, you're the ones who really do tell me what's important for this show. I've had people be like, I hate that you're doing this. Like, I've done political stuff. People confront me and say, I hate that you do the political stuff. Fair. That's very fair. And I will listen to that. I also look at my metrics. I know where I get views. So by that, I know where I get videos where people, comment. That dictates what I'm going to do stuff on, because you're telling me without telling me what I should be doing stuff on. So, for me, that's where it all comes from. I'm the same with you and that person. Okay, yeah, so we get it. And you guys, like I said, you can always message me offhand if you want to talk about this stuff. I'm happy to. There's the Angry Vets channel. Thank you, Gami, for doing all that and putting all that in there. Sometimes people need to be called to the table. It's just that simple. Yeah, but some people, that just get a very high opinion of themselves. It's easy to do, but that's also me doing this show. I always said this show is not about me. It's about the veterans I can help. So that keeps my ego in check. You guys don't, I don't believe you guys subscribe to watch me. You subscribe because you like what I do for people. That's the difference. And that makes me very grounded of, if I ever stop helping people, you all are going to go away. There you go. You all keep me honest in that way. I'm outside Lancaster, PA, Angry Cop. So I'm hanging up my posters today. So I'm going to be putting all those pins in. I've been writing down. I don't have it in front of me now, but I do have it. I'm going to be putting all those pins. So I'll do a video and that'll come out. But I'm finding a cork board. I had to cut the map, and they still don't exactly fit, but they're now small enough to where I can hang them up. Chris stopped calling me a cop. Angry Vet, he's the YouTube cop. He's the cop of YouTube. If I'm sub to you, that means I like and respect your opinion. Yeah, and you don't have to like the opinion too. Just respect it. There's a lot of people who have opposing views that I disagree with, but I still follow them. Me and my co-host TC, he's very libertarian. I'm not. We have disagreements. I like that we can disagree respectfully. And and that's why that was a big reason I asked him to be a part of VeteranNation, was because he had a different opinion than me. I'll tell you, I am still looking for a female veteran that wants to do episodes of VeteranNation, that wants to use this platform, because there's a million male veterans with their opinions on YouTube. What we need is more female. And there's one, she does I Am the Veteran podcast. If you follow me if you are part of the VeteranNation Facebook group, she posts her videos there. Check her out. I've offered for her to be a guest. Here's the thing. I don't just... Something funny's happening out there. I don't know what it is. I don't just bring people on and say, hey, do stuff. I have to talk with you a little bit and make sure that... What's that?
I'm way too stoned for this.
Yeah, I have to make sure that people aren't crazy, because I also can't bring someone onto the network who will get it shut down. I'm all about crazy. Like, I'll interview crazy all day long. But yeah, if they want to do episodes of VeteranNation, I'm glad to have them. But if they come on, they start saying, Buddha has a ghost penis and it lives in your cereal, that hurts the brand. I do have to be protective of the brand. But I am looking for a female veteran who wants to do stuff on this network. Preferably one who does not do stuff on YouTube. Like one who does stuff on TikTok, or I'm on Instagram. I'm not big on Instagram. I got like 1,000 followers. But someone who's got a bigger thing there where they can use this platform to expand their reach. Sorry, I'm getting text messages from battle buddies, and I'm just making sure it's not a veteran in crisis, because that would require me to leave and go help that veteran. If you know of any veterans struggling, have them download the Battle Buddies app, and they can talk to another veteran if they need help. I'll push some more stuff out on that. I normally automate that to go out on the channel a couple times a month. I've kind of gotten lazy. Doing these streams, I've gotten lazy with my YouTube shorts. I was doing a lot of YouTube shorts there. I've got one that's coming out this week that I've already scheduled. That's the behind the scenes stuff. It does take a lot of work when I'm not on camera to do stuff. And any of these guys who've got channels, they'll tell you that's the truth. Angry Cops YouTube for those that want to know. I'll tell you, I like the one cop, Matt. I always screw up his last name. Thorson. TC had him on his show, but he's got a pretty decent sized following, and he's a good cop, and he calls out these bad cops for doing stuff and for trying to violate people's rights. I wish more cops were like him, because I don't want the cops who are trying to bust people down. I want cops who are trying to improve their community. That's what it's about. That's what being like. My grandfather, he was a police officer, and I remember him telling me, in 25 years of being a cop, I didn't arrest one person for a DUI. If I pulled people over and they were drunk, I told them, park your car and get in. I'm taking you home. And that's the way they did it back then. But now it's a funding scheme. It's a funding scheme. So that's why, you've seen Larry the DUI guy. There's people who have blown 0.0 and they still get arrested for DUI because it's a cop who, I think he's been drinking. No, you think it's a way for you to make yourself look good and make your department money. That's what it's turned into, which is sad, because that deteriorates our communities. I am very much in favor of when communities have like a community group that investigates police, because internal affairs is not like internal affairs is okay, but it's at the end of the day, it's cops investigating cops. Very quickly does it get turned into a mess.
Lily just ran her mouth into my hand and my fist went down her throat. Lily!
Lily's such a goofball dog. Yeah, I am big into memes. A cop has a YouTube page. I can almost assure you it's not for us. No, this guy, he follows a lot of First Amendment auditors and criticizes bad cops. And, that's why I'm so much in favor of body cameras. Because it doesn't just root out bad cops, it roots out cops who don't tell on the bad cops. Because that's a problem as well. If you see something wrong, you should call it out. That's what I was big into. I did a video this week of a Marine who scammed people out of money. Look, as a Marine Corps officer, I can't stand for that. My oath didn't expire. So, I'll still call out bad behavior by Marines. There are bad Marines out there. Hey, Skipper, it's been a few weeks. Hello from Clare, Michigan. Hey, thanks. Hey, calm down. If you want to go, you go. I appreciate you coming. I got did you get hit with the tornadoes this week? In fact, a veteran friend of mine, he runs a thrift store. We were at his thrift store. He was in Michigan for the tornadoes, his first tornado ever. And we were talking about that because, that happened in southern Michigan. I grew up in northwest Ohio, right where the border is. So all those areas that were hit, I've lived in some of those areas. I've been around there. So, I was keeping my eye on it. I'm going to go get me some more coffee. I'll turn this so y'all can watch me. Whoa. Crazy dog. Crazy dog. Two crazy dogs. There we go. Yep, I've got so this shirt is available on VeteranNationFoundation.com, which you can see on the screen. It's my Keep Calm and Think About the Roman Empire shirt. You take care, Angry Vet. Yeah, it is Mother's Day. He's got his family he's got to, take care of. Portage got slammed. FedEx facility got destroyed. Ooh, interesting. I invest in FedEx. I think it's a great company. FedEx and UPS, I think, are great companies who do things very smart. Hold on. I'll be right back in a second. I was a logistics officer in the military. And I can tell you, having studied the way FedEx, UPS, DHL's now getting into it, the way they do things, they are very well run companies, at least for logistics. There we go. And yeah, they do a great job. So yeah, I invest in them. So that's good to know. I'll watch to see if that affects my my stock on that. So I appreciate it. Chris can be trained. But so what kind of things would you guys like to see on this channel? Like I said, I'm trying to get a veteran investing group together. FedEx has had problems over the years, not delivering. Multiple states I've been in. So there is always a percentage that gets misdelivered or not delivered. One thing I will say, finally, the Postal Service now has the insurance, but for a long time they didn't have insurance. If they lost your package or your thing, it was, oh well. UPS, FedEx, DHL, they guaranteed it. So if they lost your stuff, you could always, get the insurance money back. I've fought with UPS. Well, yeah, like with every company, you'll have customer service issues. That's yeah. But I mean, when you look at the way they do logistics, and I'll give you an example here. Do you know that FedEx and UPS don't make left-hand turns? I'm going to let you sit on that. They don't make left-hand turns. The only time they'll make a left-hand turn is if they absolutely have to, because they've actually done the research and realized that making 3 rights is, if you make 3 rights, that's a left, and it's faster. It is faster to do that. I don't know if I've told this story. These trucks never leave a facility yet. Site said out for delivery. Well, yeah, they'll do. So they'll do stuff like that. That's actually not their process. That's their what I'll say. That's their what's the word? Their openness. And a lot of companies have problems with openness. But I'll give you this example. I worked for a German company. There was an American side of a German company, and I was hired, and we were doing the Dunkin' Donuts project, and this was back in 2018. So if you go into a Dunkin' Donuts, it got shipped there because of me. I was the guy doing all the logistics. But before we started that project, I'd been hired on, and they actually, to do that project, they hired about 90% veterans. My boss was a veteran. He was a retired lieutenant colonel. And he called me, because I got hired. I was due to start work on Monday. And he called me and he goes, "Hey, do you have a passport?" And I said, "Yes, I do." He goes, "Okay, bring your passport. On Monday when you show up, we're going to do all your onboarding paperwork. We're going to get you through that whole process, because on Tuesday, you and me, we're flying to Switzerland, and then we're going to go to Germany." He's like, "Is that okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's fine by me." Drivers were a no-show, former CDL driver, so no logistics as well. Yeah, they do things, customer service line. They'll say it's out for delivery when it's not, because they're less likely to get angry phone calls. That's what that's all about. So I flew out to Switzerland, met the president of the company out there. But on the flight, my boss was like, "We have to solve this problem. They can't. They can make these machines at a super fast rate, but they don't have dock space in their warehouse. So we're probably gonna have to get another warehouse and move all these machines to the other warehouse until they can be shipped out." And I'm going through everything, and I've got the UPS contract that they signed. And I'm like, "Well, you guys have UPS. Have you talked to them about doing multiple deliveries?" And he's like, "Well, we haven't." He's like, "I don't know. We haven't really discussed that." And I said, "Well, let's do this." I said, "We've got a meeting with UPS. It's on our schedule." I go, "Let's ask them how many deliveries they can do." I said, "But here's the thing. Don't offer up paying any extra money. If you offer paying extra money, they'll want more money. Let's see what this contract gets us." So we get there. We have drinks the first night. We wake up the next morning. We take a tour of the facility. It was the German and Swiss, the way they engineer things, it's like a military operation. I'll just tell you that. They're very good. I was very impressed. But then we had our meeting with UPS, and my boss, they give their little presentation about the contract that we signed. And my boss goes, "Look, I just have one question. We have limited dock space. How many times can you guys pick up the machines and move them and clear out the dock space?" And they were like, "As long as we can come as many times as you guys want, as long as you let us know, several hours ahead of time," because that's how fast UPS operates. They have a system where new deliveries pop up, and they can reroute people very quickly. It is very responsive. Um, it's about the point of scanning of the package. Well, they scan the package, and they also play games with what that scanning means. But again, it's because they don't want angry people calling them, "Where's my package? It hasn't been scanned in So that's what they put out for delivery, even when it's still sitting in the facility. That's all it is. When they do put out for delivery, it means it will be leaving out for delivery within that day. Yeah, so, they were like, yeah, we can come back, as much as you want. And like after that meeting, they were just like, as long as you call and give us a couple hours lead time, we can come as many times as you want. So now we don't have to, this company doesn't have to lease another warehouse. So UPS people leave, and the president of the company comes to my boss and goes, do you know how much money you just saved this company? We were for the next 8 months, we were going to sign a lease and get a warehouse, but now we don't have to do that. And he was like, well, it was actually Mike's idea, and we were just talking on the plane about how many times, we were trying to think how many times can we get them to come here before we have to pay extra for it. We didn't have to pay extra, so it cost us nothing, and we solved the problem. Now, that's how UPS will operate. The other thing is, like, I had assigned to me a project manager who was in Chicago, and as all these things were flowing in, I could just call him and say, hey, I need these machines sent here, da, da, da. I would send him a daily update, but we would still talk at least twice a day just to go over everything. Thanks for the morning chat. Have a blessed day. Yeah. You have a good one, Star. And I remember I needed to ship a machine. I had machines we were in Tustin, California, and we had machines that were defective. We just said, okay, we'll bring them here to Tustin, have the workers here fix them, and then we can send them back out. Well, I didn't have enough machines coming out of customs, so I had to send a machine to a store in Boston. And I was like, do you have any of these? And they're like, oh yeah, all these machines right here are all fixed. They're ready to go. And I was like, okay. So I told the warehouse manager, I need this machine right here to be in Boston tomorrow by 3 o'clock. And this is at like 9 in the morning. And he goes, we can't do that. And I'm like, what do you mean you can't do that? And he goes, well, they were using another logistics carrier that was not UPS, FedEx, or DHL. And he goes, yeah, it's too late in the day. I'm like, it's 9 in the morning. And he's like, yeah, we can't get that thing moving. I'm like, so they don't have next day capability? He's like, oh, they do. We just need to know however many days ahead of time. I'm like, well, that makes no sense. But I said, fine, get this, put it on the loading dock. I will get it to Boston. And I called my contact at UPS. I was like, hey, I've got a machine here. I've got to get it to Boston by no later than 3 o'clock tomorrow. Can it happen? He's like, yep. I was like, okay, when will your guy be here? He goes, I can have a guy there in 15 minutes. I was like, perfect. And sure enough, I stood there with the machine. Up comes the UPS guy. I helped him load it. Boom, thing's gone. It was there by 9 a.m. in Boston. Like, not at the store, but in Boston at 9 a.m. So that's how good they are. They're way better than the off-brand competition. And I understand it's a flawed process. That no one logistics. Here's what I used to tell people about logistics. Logistics, you can either save people time or money. Rarely is it both. But when you're doing logistics, that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to save one or the other. Star, I'm going to message you on Discord. One of my good friends is the top guy at USPS in California region. He's a former Marine logistics officer. Interesting. Chris's Discord. Yeah, everyone join Eric and Chris's Discord. They're right there. If you have Discord, it's a great app. I highly recommend it. And it's just another way for us as a community to come together. But yeah, so there's me being a nerd, a logistics officer. These are the things that we talk about. And let me just say, the military logistics in terms of embarkation, which is moving things, just the same way UPS, USPS, all those, we are, and I'm not exaggerating here, we are 40 years behind. 40 years. That is the waste that the military has. The military could very easily go to somewhere like FedEx, UPS, DHL, say, look, we're going to give you a contract for 2 years, and we want you to take all of our embarkation and change it over to a system just like yours. And it would be obviously millions of dollars to do that. but it would spring the military forward 40 freaking years. And you got to understand the military, like as a logistician, we had things like military prepositioning forces. Rarely now when we go to war, do you take your unit's equipment. Very little of it do you actually take. We actually have equipment. It's all over the world. Some of it's up in Norway, some of it's in Kuwait, some of it's in Japan. Like we have all these places, Diego Garcia, like all this equipment's all over the world, so that when we respond, literally it can be there in 24 hours. But that's pure brute force. That in terms of logistics, that's just we're going to throw everything into all these boxes, throw without any organization, throw it onto these ships and get it there, and it'll be a nut roll. And some logistics officer like me receives the stuff and is like, okay, we have to figure out what the hell's in all of this stuff. That's the way it operates. But if we were to get those groups, we could very easily, within just 2 years, bring our military up to date with what our civilian counterparts are doing. But the military refuses to. When the Marine Corps switched to GCSS Marine Corps, that's an Oracle program. Every business, almost every business I know uses Oracle. Even small businesses, like it's a great tool. It is a great tool, and it integrates with so many other programs like QuickBooks and stuff like that. But the military, rather than use Oracle, said, "Oh yeah, we like what you have, but we're going to change it." That's what the Marine Corps did. It changed Oracle and made it more difficult to use. Only the military would take a process that's used by Fortune 500 companies and say, "Yeah, we need it changed so that it can be less effective." That's exactly what they did. That was one short security guard. Yeah. Oh my God. Everyone needs to go to a Veteran Affairs Media. Go to his page. Look at the video that he posted yesterday. I am shocked. Well, I shouldn't say I'm shocked. I'm not surprised that they hired a small guy like that as a security guard. More like an insecurity guard. But yeah, I really want to do a letter and a petition. We started, me and Colin, we started. We got to finish it, but we want to do this so that everyone can sign on. If we can at least get the VA two things: to allow to recognize that people have the right to record, veterans have the right to record, and two, the VA police have body cameras. That's a big win in my opinion, because that stops so much of this BS from happening all, years down the road. And I'm going to give another plug to go to VeteranNation and buy a shirt that says, "Keep calm and think about the Roman Empire." A portion of every shirt goes back to help veterans. We've got 30 people in here. Everybody, if you could, please hit the like, share, subscribe, do all that stuff. I really do appreciate it, because that costs you nothing. And I don't want donations. I really don't want donations. I would much rather you guys buy shirts, so then you get something and we can help veterans together. I can tell you about the stuff we used to ship for in the military, or ship for the military. I might have told him to go check back with his mushroom with clumsy. Here's one thing I'll tell you. So I had pistols shipped to me, and I told the logistics officer, I was like, "Look, I need 30 pistols. Do not ship them." I said, "Do not ship them." I said, "Send a Marine. Literally, send a Marine to Afghanistan, hand walking them." I said, "If you don't want to do that, I will send a Marine to Camp Pendleton to pick them up and hand walk them in. I can deal without a Marine for 2 weeks, because that's about how long it would take." Now, had they sent a guy in, he would have gotten hazard pay and stuff for that month, even though he was, here's your weapons, bye. Nope, this dumbass, he shipped them, and I was like, thanks for shipping them. I'm never gonna get them. He's like, "You'll get them." They were shipped to me in May of 2010. I left Afghanistan in March of 2010. They were still sitting in Pakistan. And the reason why is because when you ship things like that, not through channels like DHL, UPS, FedEx, when you ship it via like USPS, guess what? Not every country is as honest with their mail system as uh, the U.S. is. So they were sitting in Karachi, Pakistan, waiting on the right person to be bribed before I would get those pistols. So we have U.S. pistols that are probably still in the hands of Pakistani authorities. Hoorah, Marine Corps. Thanks. That was me being nice. I will say this, Connor, you did a great job. You were firm. You didn't lose your temper. And here's the other thing. You were logical. They should not send a security guard to tell you that your appointment is canceled. Like, that's ridiculous. Oh, your appointment's canceled, get out. No, that's not the way. You send a doctor out here, or a medical professional out here to tell me that it's canceled, and at that point, I'm probably going to leave. But guess what? This is a public area. I have the right to sit here all day, and I'm a veteran. And if I want to sit here all day, I will. I'm sorry, the chat overlay. There we go. Okay, I don't know why it was doing that. So weird. So yeah, that is why the military is so. DHL is the worst in the USA. DHL is good for commercial stuff. When you're shipping big things, DHL in some ways is better than UPS and FedEx. For personal stuff, yeah, I wouldn't use DHL. If you're sending a gift to grandma, don't use DHL. But if you're sending all of your household goods across country, that's when I would use DHL. They're good for the bulk stuff. To all our veterans and active duty, thank you for your service. And also, thank you to all the moms out there on Mother's Day. Thank you for the support, Chris. Yep. This is what I really enjoy, the fact that the chat, everybody in the chat can come together. And what's funny about this is we don't have that many people on YouTube right now. We got 7 people on YouTube. The bulk of the audience right now is watching on Twitter. People on Twitter just don't want to talk that much, which is fine. You don't have to. We'll keep the conversation going. By the way, Skipper, missed a couple of your last few streams. Have missed your outro saying. That's fine. Eric, you know me. I appreciate the support. I will always support you however I can. People don't have to watch every video. Leaving a comment, hitting a like, I appreciate that so much because that helps other people find me. That's and as we build stuff, for all of us in the chat, we should come up with our own hashtag, so that we can all support each other. So then people who follow that hashtag, everyone posting under that hashtag shows up in the recommended videos. I'm trying to think, and here's the thing, whenever you create a hashtag, people get that's my hashtag. People can steal your hashtags, and they will, and you should just expect it. I can't get people to watch on Twitter. Chris, I'm going to put you into one of my groups where we can retweet it out, and that's how you get people on Twitter. Twitter it doesn't exactly put your lives in front of people, but when people retweet your lives, that's when it gets put in front of people. And yeah, it's all about the networking. And I don't mind being put into these groups as long as everyone in the group is all about supporting each other. If I'll be in a retweet group, I'll retweet your stuff all day long. I'll retweet it when I see it, So don't get mad at me if you post it and 5 minutes later I haven't retweeted it. I don't sit on Twitter all day, but when I do go in there, hashtag VA sucks. I always do hashtag the VA sucks, and I spell out sucks. Uh, but I think that's all a good one. Um, I mean, I've had people say I should use hashtag VeteranNation more. I do use it. I, for me, VeteranNation is not me. If any of you guys want to use VeteranNation as the hashtag so that people who watch VeteranNation find you, I think that's a good one. But if we want to come up with our own, like, I don't want it. I just don't want it to be cliquish. I don't like that. And veterans get very cliquish. As Kevin, it sucks that he's gone. As he's experienced, yeah. So Eric, and you can talk about this. You were moderating a debate between GS General something and the angry vet Kevin, and they were going back and forth, and really they were just insulting each other. But really, what the gist of it is, and you can correct me if you think I'm wrong. The gist of it is Kevin said he would support GS, and GS was unhappy that Kevin didn't do enough, and because of that, he was saying, "Well, you didn't. You said you'd support me, and you didn't support me." And I see that a lot in veteran circles, where people are like, "You said you'd say you would do this, but you only did this." And it's like, look, I'm very mindful that people have to support Veteran Network. I'm good with that. I mean, we can come up with several hashtags too. For you guys, I'll do Support Squad. Veteran Network is good. Um, Guardian Network, I think, is good too, because not everybody in this is a veteran, but I think we're all guardians of the Constitution, I would say, and our values. So I think that could be good as well. But coming up with these are this is a campaign plan, and this is how companies strategize. VA sucks, always good. VA sucks is a good one. So yeah, I think we have two solid ones right there. I'll put it in the description of my videos. I'll put these hashtags because that's how people are going to find us. Anyone who looks up those, um, VA sucks. Like I said, I've used the VA sucks, and I only capitalize VA so it stands out. There was more than that, where GS was tied in with some stolen valor, false prisoners attacking some First Amendment. Okay, yeah, that's. See, stolen valor to me, I know a lot of people like to throw around stolen valor. It's not a very big deal. There is the law, the stolen valor law. If someone's trying to make money off it, yeah, by all means, let's highlight those people. F them. Like, you got to be very careful with stolen valor, and I'll give you an example, a very big example. Code of Vets, Gretchen. She has been attacked for supporting stolen valor. She can only do so much. Like, if someone tells her they're a veteran, she takes it at face value. She's not an investigator. It's not her job to investigate people. The way I see it is she's helping people. If those people have lied, I don't like that. But if they legitimately need help, then it's still on people if they want to help them or not. We have meeting rooms on Discord if you want to brainstorm. Oh yeah, I think that's great. We got to get Kahanu in those Discord rooms. Kahanu, do you have a Discord? You got to jump in there. Kevin's gonna be. Kevin. I love Kevin. He is such a veteran. I know how he is. We're gonna have to pull him into Discord, kicking and screaming. He's not gonna want to do it, but I think once he gets in there, he'll be like, okay, I can see the value. But yeah, veterans get very stuck in their ways, and they become very opinionated about those, and that is 100% Kevin, and I love him to death. You do not have a Discord. So Discord is a gamer app, but it's really good for streaming but the big thing I love for is for organizing. It's amazing for that. I really love what we're doing. You veterans, which most of you are here on YouTube, the stuff that you guys are suggesting and that we're doing is, I have a veteran section on my Discord. Yep, absolutely. I'm sure you would like our Discords. They're fun. It's a good network. It's great for networking. Like when we do our petitions and stuff, that's a great place for us to write them. It's a like because we can be in a video call or just an audio call and be then writing in the chat, here's what it should say, and keep that as a running, a live thing. Or I could host a video chat where I've got it on my Google Docs, and I'm sharing my screen, and you all are telling me, no, put this. Like, we can do all this through Discord. And the thing is, if we want to limit it to only this audience, you can limit it and be like, okay, only these people can come in. If we don't want, people coming in, we can limit to speakers. So only certain speakers can talk. Other people can just put in the chat, but that keeps people from talking over each other, because that's always a problem. Yep, there's Eric's Discord right up there. So make sure you guys see. This is where Restream is weird. I see your guys' things, like when you put something, it starts at the bottom, moves up, but here in the chat overlay, it starts at the top and moves down. So it's weird. You can share your screen in the meeting. Yep. With OBS, you can use Discord instead of Video Ninja. Yep. You know what? Here's what I should probably do. I don't want to start my own Discord. But can I add one of your Discords so when I do these talks, it populates to your Discords? I believe I can do that, and I haven't really explored that, but I should do that. That way, it automatically comes into your guys' Discords. Because that's the other thing. Like, Discord is a community. You want an active community. So I know I'm not always the one who's posting that all the time, but it's good when I do. I've got someone who just sent me something. Like, I would love to do lives on Instagram, but with Instagram, you can't set it up automatically. Every time you do it, you have to specifically set it up to where people go to the Instagram. I've got to create that stream for that Instagram live. And if I had a problem like what I had this morning and I end the live, I've got to redo all that work. So that shows you Meta how behind they are some of these other things. But Twitter, like what they've done on Twitter, is getting so much faster and so much better. Okay, so I was in a thing and they said we were talking about. I just want to point out how stupid people are. So we were talking about the movie that came out, The Fall Guy. And someone said, what is Fall Guy? And I said, movie remake of the TV show. And I had a woman respond to me, what TV show? The Fall Guy. Someone responded. Like, it should be self-explanatory. Ridiculous. When AVA goes live or post, it does the same. Okay, there you go. When you go live or post a vid, my bot auto notifies. Okay, so it auto notifies already, so I don't have to do anything. Okay, that's where the bots, Reddit and Discord use bots very effectively. Hopefully Twitter can start on that. Facebook is stupid. Yeah, The Fall Guy. The Fall Guy was a great TV show. Lee Majors back in the day. But they made it into this movie, which I really do want to watch the movie, but it doesn't look like anything from the show. I have another short I'm going to drop tomorrow. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I do have notifications for you turned on YouTube. Eric, I've got notifications for you turned on. For me to do that, I've got to switch accounts so VeteranNation is not an account on YouTube. It's actually a page. I have other accounts that not just me, but other people who can upload stuff to YouTube or to the Veteran Nation page. So I know people are like, "Why didn't you like my stuff?" I'm like, "I did," and they're like, "I didn't see Veteran Nation in there." I'm like, "No, it says Skipper of Veteran Nation because that's actually my my YouTube account is Skip. It's called Skipper of Veteran Nation." Uh, but yeah, so I've had people. Um, I'm just making sure that I have notifications on for a couple people. Oh, excuse me. Thank you. And it's not coming up. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do it later. Making sure people here. See, people on Twitter, when people send me things to retweet, I freaking retweet it. And look, I've got a couple people that retweeted this out, so that's how you get people. Twitter is funny because, okay, and I learned this a long time ago, but for some reason people can't figure it out. On Twitter, if you want to, if you want to break the algorithm, you need two things. You need retweets and comments. Likes are suppressed in the algorithm. If you're just liking people's tweets, you're not really doing them any service. Retweeting it, quote tweeting it, or commenting, that puts it in front of people's timelines. And a comment. So if I put out this tweet and Chris comments and then Eric comments, my audience is going to see Eric's comment. They're not going to see Chris's. So that's why you also need to retweet things. But that's why comments are big, is because to Chris's audience, they'll see my tweet and his comment. They won't see Eric's. To Eric's, they'll see Eric's comment and my tweet. They won't show the middle. But that's also why when you all comment, I generally try to, excuse me, hey, stop. I generally try to retweet your comments. That helps me because when it puts those comments in front of my audience, they're seeing my tweet again, which they might have missed in the timeline. That's how I've learned to manipulate Twitter. There's all these tricks. I understand. That's why I keep saying I'm not picking up any more social media. If I have to learn another social media, because the other thing is these things change. They change things, and it makes it hard to keep up. So that's why I'm only trying to keep up on YouTube, Twitter, Discord. I've just naturally kept up with because I've got like 20 YouTube servers that I'm a member of. People usually get my notifications about an hour after we start. Yeah, that is a downside of YouTube. I believe. Okay, I do have Twitter notifications on for you. Here's Twitter's notifications are not. I'm going to send you a notification that you're live. It doesn't do that. But when I go into my Twitter, I look at my mentions tab, and I just look at all. It will tell me there that you've recently tweeted. And I go into those. Oh, Yvette, I did respond to your email, Yvette. So we need to find a way to coordinate. And if you need me to email my phone number, I'm happy to. But I did get your email. I did respond. And sorry, it fell into my junk folder, and that's why it was not readily available to me. I do check my junk folder. I'm not timely with it, so I apologize. But yeah. Yep. See, you didn't see it. Yeah, that's what it does. It's weird. It's because I use a Proton Mail. Proton Mail is harder to hack than other emails. So that's why I have a Proton Mail, but it also gets suppressed. So that's the downside. But yeah, that's why I do with these social medias. That's why I won't start a Discord. Like I understand you can do some cool things. I don't want to research it. Like I've got a buddy of mine who's all in on Discord, right? So whenever I need something, like in one of the groups that I'm in, I'll ask him, how do I do this? they'll tell me, and then I'll talk to the person that actually owns the board and be like, can we do this? And most times people are, because they want their servers to be active, they're like, yeah, let me change that. So there's some things that you can do. But yeah, I'm not picking up any more social media. Don't stop asking me to. I'm not. I had someone ask me to download Slack this week. I'm like, no, I'll never use it. If I download it, I'll never use it. And I'll say these are the ones I already have. Which ones of these work for you? I'll operate within that framework. And I've got one guy who's always sending me, oh, use this app, and I've downloaded a couple of them, created accounts, and I'm not just going to pick things up because it's the bright and shiny toy anymore. I'm done with that. It's if you're actively using that for several months, then I will jump on and use it. But don't keep bringing me this because you think it's cool today, and it's you use it for a week and then you forget about it. I'm not about that. Same thing with a lot of these tools like Restream. Restream and StreamYard I'm good with, where you can post onto multiple things. But I've had people want me to use some of these things like I believe Cloverleaf was the name, where it posts all your posts to various sites. I've used those. I'm not happy with them because they look differently on Facebook than they do on Twitter, than they do on Instagram. And I just don't like they're too generic. I don't like the look of them. Once I find one that posts things in a way that I like, I'll use it. But right now, no, not using it. So I'm trying to think what other things. What other things you guys want to talk about this morning? You got me. I got nothing going this morning. You have my undivided attention. One thing I was talking to Angel about yesterday is how multiple people on here, when I do these lives, now my voice is hoarse from being at the Price is Right this week and screaming out all those prices with Tommy Karate. Is multiple people have said I should be doing like announcing and things with my voice. I would love to get into that. If I had a sports team that was like, hey, come out here and be our announcer, that would be like my dream job. That would be my dream job. Just to be up there and be like, there's 4 minutes left in the third period. Now batting, Juan Mendoza. I can't do it perfectly because it's too scratchy. I can feel it. I wish I could be singing, but I can't. It's too scratchy. I did buy some good records this weekend. I'm getting a nice little records collection going. So that's fun. Eric and All Sorry Son called and he was on the phone. Oh, that's okay. You don't owe us anything. Just come in when you can, leave when you need to. Just do me a favor, hit the like, share, subscribe, all that stuff. For those of you who've done it, thank you so much. And also, especially for, let's see how many. We got 25 people watching me on Twitter right now. If you're on Twitter and you need me to retweet your stuff, my DMs are open. Just send it and say, please retweet. You will not bother me one bit. So I just want to show you, Chris, I've got all posts on Twitter. So I get your notifications. So when you tweet, I get notified. There's my friend, Astrid. She's a veteran and she tweeted out Happy Mother's Day, but she is also an adult film star. And this is a naughty pic. So I will not be showing it on screen, but she's an absolute sweetheart. She's a Navy veteran and, has an interesting job since she got out. But I will say this, she's a very smart businesswoman. And I am going to be working with her because the adult film industry can be predatory. And there's some bad actors that she has come across who harassed a friend of hers. They've called her stolen valor, which she's a veteran, has DD 214, honorable discharge. That's where I don't like stolen valor. It gets used way too much, and most times by veterans. So I really don't like it. But she was called stolen valor by a group very active in the porn industry, only to promote certain people that they were working with over other people. And I've told her she's going to bring me a couple other adult film stars uh, that I can interview about the situation. I don't care what industry you're in. Bad people are bad people are bad people. That's just the way it is. So that's, you know, if I can help with that situation, I will. So be on the lookout. I understand some of you guys are very conservative, and that's fine. Um, there was a time in my life where I would have self-described myself as conservative. I've gotten more libertarian as I've gotten older. I'm not a libertarian, but I've gotten more libertarian. I'm pro freedom, um, but yeah, I I will call out bad behavior whenever I see it. So I'll be working with her. We're talking right now. Before we do this, we want to have pre-prepared hashtags, pre-prepared stuff. Um, like I said, she's a veteran. If you guys want me to see if she wants to join the Discord groups, I you know, would invite her in. I think we can help with her situation. Um, you know, me, I don't necessarily have a problem with sex work. I have a problem with that we're not as European with it. You know, I have no problem with the red light area. You know, you can control crime better that way. So those are kind of my takes on it. Can you resend me your? So in the description of this video is my email, VeteranNation@protonmail.com. So real easy. You can just cut and paste from there. Being conservative doesn't mean we can't care. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Someone doing something that I might not agree with, um, you know, does not prohibit me from helping them. Some people are, but you know, that's not me. It's not the way I live. Still waiting on your one collab and your react vids. Which collab? I'm trying to think which collab. She's welcome. Just prefer not sharing nudity. Okay, I'll let her know. I don't know if she's active on Discord. I know she's got a very active Instagram. Yeah, you said so. Yeah, you can if you look through your junk. Yeah, VeteranNation. Here, I'll be able to tell you what day I replied. Hold on here. Everyone, please be patient. Sent. Actually, it's not showing. It's not showing. Where is... I know I wrote it up. So, okay. So it didn't go out. I apologize. I'm looking. So something might have screwed up with it. So I apologize. I did get yours, and yeah, because I wrote a couple things. Let me see. Okay, so I'm gonna send you a test email right now. Let's see if this one goes through. Okay, it's saying it's in my sent now. So it could have been, well, because I did reply on my phone. If I didn't have service, I have had that problem before. We all have passed. Nobody's perfect. The husband of Madam Mayor. Oh, yeah, yeah. So we need to message them because they were traveling. So if you remember, Eric, we've got that group text. We got to get back in there and talk to them and find out when's a good time with them. That's what we got to do. Check your drafts. I was looking. I didn't see it even in my drafts, but I know I wrote it up. Yeah, it's not in my drafts. It's not in my set. So the only thing I can think of is that I was in a place where I didn't have service, and I typed it up and hit send, and it just didn't connect at some point and didn't save. Okay, you got the test message. Okay, so yeah, at least now we're able to talk and we can coordinate. And yeah, if here actually, since you got that, I'm gonna respond with my phone number, so that way you have it. And you can feel free to call or text me today. I have nothing going today. So there you go. You have that. That's weird. I have had some issues with that with emails before. I have an iPhone out here in the desert. I do lose service, and it doesn't look like it'll be connected to a tower, but I really have no service, and that's where it becomes a problem. Because the phone thing, like it takes a while for the phone to realize, oh, we don't have service. So that does happen to me. Uh, I'm very cognizant now of dead. I've lived out here long enough. I've got some dead zones, and I know where they are. Where they are, but sometimes I forget, and also sometimes, like what happened to me. Oh, ooh, you know what? This might have been one. It was over a week ago. On base, they were doing power outages as part of their anti-terrorism force protection. They were literally turning off the power. Well, um, the cell phone tower was affected, and they did put out emails about that. And I did notice my cell phone service was degraded on base. That could have been it, because I was there on base and dealing with that. Okay, well, just whenever. Like I said, I'm free today. I'm just going to be doing things around the house. I don't like this Apple phone. I don't like my Adam's apple. uh, I will be having it upstream here in a little bit. I have to get my shower. I feel gross. My mouth. I've been drinking coffee, so my mouth tastes gross. Um, Anything you guys want to talk about before I go? Please like, share, subscribe, all that good stuff. Um, in fact, I want to give out some shout outs to Astrid. She tweeted my stuff. Linda Lee King, she retweeted, as well as Chris Doyle, who I'm in a group with. She retweeted my stuff, and now Karate has retweeted it. Thank you, Tommy. So yeah, thank you to all of you who have retweeted and who have shared. I do appreciate it. Who wants a fruit that comes in a bite? Okay, iPhone. I am not. Okay, I've got a phone, and this is an iPad. But I am not an Apple guy. My brother is like big time. He's all on board with everything Apple, and I'm like, no. Like I do. There's a couple things I have to use Android. I have a Kindle Fire that I use, and that's Android. I do like that. People have tried talking me into Android phones. I've had a couple business phones that were Androids, and like I had a Samsung, and I forget what the other one was. It was a Samsung Galaxy and another one. Not a fan. Not a fan of the Android phone. I'm pissed that they took down the Google phone because I wanted to try that out. But I will say I do not like Chromebooks. I don't like Chromebooks. I would much rather just use a regular laptop or a regular tablet. In fact, today I have to re-image my laptop. I'll probably do that today. I have to use my stimulator iPhone until my replacement phone comes. I had fun with Tommy's video on Twitter. Tommy does some fun stuff on Twitter. Me and Tommy, we've been Twitter friends. Man, Tommy's one of the first supporters of the show. Um, like I remember my first show, he was in commenting. He's been he's he is a VeteranNation OG, and he's just been great through the years. I've helped him. He's helped me. Just a really good guy, and he is the VeteranNation official LA correspondent. I know he's still popping in and out. He's still part of the stream right now. I know he's not actively typing, but Tommy, if you are listening, is there any news going on in LA? Because if there is, I'll send you a link, have you jump on stream, and we can do live reports from Los Angeles. He would not go down to UCLA. I was like, go to UCLA and get me some footage. He's like, are you insane? Yes, I am. Google is the Facebook of browsers, horrible security. And it used to be the best security. You know, that's with this technology, it's hard to keep up. But yeah, I did want to try the Google phone when they had it. Hopefully, Elon, he's talking about going back to do his Tesla phone. Hopefully, they do something like that because the more competition, the better products we're going to get. You know, I remember back in the day with computers, you know, there were people who were just fighting different things. And, you know, like NVIDIA is doing great right now because they have more chips than other people. Hey, Danny Tenabruso, I think I said it correctly. Welcome. I used to work with Danny. Really fun guy. Um, we only worked together a couple times, but we actually had a blast. And he lives on the West Coast, but he's an East Coast guy. It's funny how us people on the East Coast, how we have a certain sense of humor that we can mesh over that sense of humor. Here on the West Coast, you have to kind of feel people out. You got to deal with their emotions a little bit more. Uh, like there's a significant difference between East Coast comics and West Coast comics. East Coast are going to be way more offensive. They don't care. They're going for the hard laugh. West Coast is going for, I'm trying to think. They're going for a laugh, but you'll get more what they call clapter. You know, where people are, oh yeah, not a laugh. They're that person's saying the right thing. Yeah, that's right. You're from Jersey. Just like The Sopranos. How awesome is The Sopranos still today? Great show. I love it. I can turn on the Sopranos channel and watch any episode. Every other show that people are like, "Oh, this show is great," they always end up comparing it to The Sopranos, and it's not as good. In fact, I did get my brother for his birthday a Satrails Butcher Shop shirt because he still loves The Sopranos. Yeah, East Coast don't care about your feelings, right? You too, Danny. You have a good day. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for the comments. I appreciate it. Hey, Danny, before you leave, you do working anywhere? You plugging anything? Feel free to. Danny's always he's like me. He's always got something going on. You know, I like leading an exciting life. I'll say that much. Yeah, we actually might be down in Danny because Danny lives down in Palm Springs area where I used to live. We actually might be going down there. Might be having a pool day today. I'll be talking with Angel about that. Yeah, later on. So we might go have some fun. But yeah, Sopranos. I still love The Sopranos. It's every other show. Like people are like, "Oh, Breaking Bad." Breaking Bad to me is not. It's Sopranos like not as good. Denny's always frying some conies. Good friends have always have to one up each other. Yeah, that's such an East Coast thing. There's a video out there from Opie and Anthony. It was Jim Brewer, and he interrupted a live read where they were talking about Razor scooters, and he was like, "Wait, is that like a moped?" And they were like, "Yeah." And oh my god, if you grew up in an East Coast or Rust Belt working class neighborhood, what Jim Brewer was doing is some of the funniest 20 minutes I've ever heard a comedian do. Let's see if I can find the name of it. Because he was talking about how every kid, every neighborhood growing up had that kid who had a moped, and they had like like the dad was not in the house, the mother was always working, so it was kind of like an absentee kid. So they would shower this kid with gifts that it was like, no, you should have your kid supervised, and this kid was not supervised. Yeah, Jim Brewer is great, and he just starts doing like that, like the driving the moped. Uh, yeah, Jim Brewer scooter. So here we go. Opie and Anthony, Jim Brewer scooter ad. Oh my God. If this is 7 minutes long. And when I first watched this, because I remember the day that it came, because I used to watch Opie and Anthony every day. I remember the day that it came out. Like I turned the show off because I had class. I was going to Eastern Michigan, and I remember going on the chat boards later, and people were like, "Oh my God, that was the funniest thing!" And I had to wait for someone to upload it to YouTube so I could listen. And yeah, he does have his own podcast. It's a great podcast too, and his stand-up is really funny. But yeah, he did this bit, and I mean, like he's talking about like driving them over, and like he keeps doing a dog like that's how it was. We had a kid in our neighborhood. You know, she was divorced, had like 3 kids. 2 of them were teenagers. Then there was the one our age, and the one teenager was constantly in and out of juvie. The other one had a moped, and he drive his freaking moped all around, and it pissed off my parents and all the other parents. What no Bob and Tom awards? I was not a Bob and Tom fan. They just laughed too much to where it interrupted the joke, and I didn't like that. That's why I listened to Opie and Anthony. Well, I just loved Opie and Anthony, but they had Jim Brewer on, and he was like, when he did this, the way he describes it. If you grew up on the East Coast in a working class neighborhood, East Coast or Midwest, and I grew up, Toledo, Ohio, working class neighborhood, you had these people. And he's talking about like the woman who, she's in her nightgown, like not like a lacy nightgown, but like a thick nightgown, and she's yelling about the kid riding this freaking moped up and down the street. Now it's driving the dogs crazy. Oh my God. If you watch that, you are going to laugh hysterically. So check that out. Uh, yeah, that is like other people will find it funny, but if you grew up on the East Coast in a working class neighborhood, it will spur some memories for you, or at least that's what it did for me. But I mean, people who were listening live and commenting, they all were saying like, "Oh my God, we had that kid in our neighborhood." There was that guy in your working class neighborhood where he always had. It was most times it was a truck, sometimes it was a car that never ran, and he was every weekend was out there working on it, but never had it running. That was always a staple. My favorite before the Sirius XM merger were the trucking shows. XM was great. Sirius, that merger killed Sirius. I still have it for my car, but it's nowhere near like they do all these channels where it's like Pearl Jam radio. Like I don't want to listen to Pearl Jam all day. I don't, at least when like with Tom Petty, with his channel, he was, I would play his stuff, but he wanted to play other stuff. With all these others, like I love Elvis. I'll turn on the Elvis channel, but I'm only gonna listen, seeing what song they're playing, and then I'm gonna turn off. I've been listening to North Americana a lot. I do like Dwight Yoakam. His channel, he's bringing on other people. I don't want to listen to Billy Joel all day. Oh, Chris has a moped story. Do you want to come on the stream and tell it, Chris? I can send you a link if we want to do that. That would be awesome. Opie and Anthony, they're not on there anymore. They broke up. I think since 2016. Anthony now does his own show. He's got his own network, and which is funny. Um, Opie just does Instagram. He does Instagram videos. But the community of fans is still alive and going. In fact, um, for those of you who follow me on Facebook, you know I watch Scorch TV. Well, Scorch used to work with Opie and Anthony, and then he kind of became a bit because he's for years he's been trying to get his own TV show going, and he was doing it like cable access. And um, let me think how. Okay, invite guests. So okay, there's the copy link. So let me think how I can get this to you because I'm on my laptop or iPad. Hold on. I know how you get it. Paste. No, done. I didn't push the video. Click paste. Okay. So I'm getting there. I'm getting it to you, Chris. Close out. Okay. Good. Okay. Here we go. Chris, do you want me to send it to you on Discord or Twitter? Copy. Let's see. You know what? I'll send it to both. That way you get it at both and you can decide. So there is there. Sorry, I know this is not entertaining TV, but we will get there. We will get Chris on stream. Okay, so I've sent it to you both on Twitter and on Discord. So we'll get Chris in here and we'll hear his moped story. But yeah, like when you grew up in a working class area, there were always those stereotypes, those people who would do certain things. Here he is, bring him on, and they were always. Let me put it side by side. There we go. Gotcha. How's it going, man?
Good morning. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing well. I'm trying to see. I'm trying to turn it up.
Am I too low? Hold on a second.
I can hear you. You just sound far away, but it's my thing here.
It usually works better on this side for some reason.
Sorry. Oh, there we go.
Chat.
No, it's all on my end. It's my laptop.
There it is. I see it now. Who's that? Vet. Hi, Vet. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Eric says 5x5. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sitting on the remote. I'm gonna pause this. There we go.
It's a little. Yeah. It's a little chilly here in Pennsylvania today. We've had rain the last couple of days. I guess I gotta throw some mistakes on the grill. You're gonna go along with me.
No worries.
Well, you're gonna go along.
So you have a moped story.
I have a moped story. I'm not the one that was driving the moped. Well, I was, but it wasn't my moped.
I can't wait to hear this.
We have a tree farm down the road here.
Okay.
And every year he needs help, getting, especially spring and Christmas. Those are his two busy seasons. Spring, everybody wants to plant stuff.
Of course.
And then Christmas, he has a bunch of trees down there that he sells as Christmas trees. So my brother, who currently is in prison, so this will all fit in there. It'll make sense. But so he's like, well, I'll work for you, and I'll just, you can give me the moped as payment. Well, this idiot comes to me, says, "Hey, we got to go over to a friend's house." Now, let me show you the terrain around here so you kind of get an understanding as to
Oh,
what's
it's
about to happen.
Pennsylvania. That's got to be nothing but hills, right?
Yeah, I'm in the middle of mountains. About 15 minutes from the Appalachian Trail. When you look around here, you see nothing but mountains out there and farmland. But um, you can see the clouds rolling through. But yeah, so I'm like, okay, but I'm driving, right? And he's like, okay, you can drive. So we start, and we hit the first downhill, and all of a sudden the back tire starts doing this wobble. And I'm like, I'm gonna fucking die on this thing. I'm sorry. I said, I gotta watch my language. I'm not on my channel.
You're fine. You're fine.
So I'm yelling at him. I'm like, what the hell did you do to this thing? He says, oh, I was jumping it. I'm like, you idiot. This doesn't have a suspension or anything on it. I said, you bent the back rim. And the worst part was we weren't even on the biggest hill yet. Right before the place where we go, there's a hill that's almost a 90-degree straight down, and it comes right back up the other side. And I'll tell you, to this day, I have no idea how I didn't wipe that bike out, because we were doing 60 miles an hour down that hill with that back tire. Whoa! And I'm like, I seriously thought I was gonna die, because we didn't have helmets on. We didn't care about that shit when we were kids. So, but yeah, so that's my moped story there for you.
So, can you see my scar?
Yes,
So
I
this
can
is
see your.
not from. It's not from a moped. It's from a four-wheeler, and this is what happens when you get a bunch of Marines who are drinking who decide to say, "Hey, let's tie a toboggan on the back."
Oh my, that's gotta be fun. And
We we
so it hurts.
we all ended up with injuries that day. Like, you think after one person would go and get injured, we would smarten up and be like, "Oh, okay, yeah, maybe we shouldn't do this." Nope,
No,
no, just okay. Now you're hurt. It's my turn now.
no. They wanted to see if they could do it without getting hurt. Then at that point,
Right?
yeah. But yeah, living out here when I was a kid was great because I got away with a lot of shit that I never would have got away with in town. Mom and dad would leave, and we had an extra car, and they'd leave the keys out. I'd go joyriding around the fucking yard, flying around, acting like an idiot, making sure I park it exactly the same spot it was when they left.
So I bought a go kart for me and my kid. In fact, depending on what we do, if we don't do a pool day today, we'll probably go and try to get that thing. I've been working on it. Like, it sat for a while, so I had to clean out the carburetor. Did that. Uh,
Hmm.
we were working at it the other day. It almost wants to start, so I got to put a spark plug. But I'll have videos because I've already bought a thing and I spent one day hooking it up so I can put a camera on the front of that. And
Nice.
once I get that going, we'll be out here. I've already started working on making a track out in the desert so we can have a track where we can time ourselves and try to get faster. So
That'll be
these are the
fun.
things. Yeah, these are the things we're doing. Um, just out here to have fun in the desert.
Hey, you gotta have fun or life sucks. Just
Right, right.
honestly. And we all have different things that we consider fun.
Yep, definitely.
Um,
But you doing your show today?
I will be doing my show at 4 p.m. today. I will have a friend of mine from Canada on today.
Okay,
Um,
awesome.
we're going to, I think, talk about. I've been seeing a lot of stuff in the news about tariffs.
Okay,
Um, I saw that apparently Joe Biden's wanting to put massive tariffs on Chinese EVs coming into the country,
okay.
even from Mexico. And over in Europe, they're trying to do the same thing. They want to put tariffs on the Chinese EVs because they're afraid it's going to saturate the market and drop the prices of cars down so low that they won't be worth selling.
So not exactly that, but I have considered getting a K truck, which are Japanese. They're those little Japanese trucks with the small little cab, and then they've got the little thing in the back. Only because they don't go incredibly fast, but they do have some pretty good torque, so they'll tow things. And out here in the desert, I'm always looking to move stuff around and whatnot. So I've looked at buying those. So now you kind of piqued my interest. I'm interested in if it's going to make those, because you can get those things for like average price about 1,500, but sometimes you'll get them for about half that. And I've looked at, should I buy one? I don't know.
I've looked at them too. I've watched the videos where they test them and stuff.
Yeah, I find them interesting. I don't know. Maybe one day.
We're gonna see if we can blow ourselves up. I gotta put some.
I'll tell you what the big thing is. They do very popular here is they do farmers markets on the weekend, and I've thought about doing stuff for VeteranNation Foundation at the farmers market. Well, if I do that, I have to transport a lot of stuff, and I've got my SUV, which it's not the world's biggest SUV, but it's better to have something a truck bed. So that's why I was looking at that.
We do flea markets here. Every Tuesday is Roots, which they're gonna get rained out this week. And then they basically have flea markets and farmers market here.
So
almost every day of the week.
One thing that I've wanted to do for a while using VeteranNation Foundation, and I talked to some people about doing it, and then we kind of backed away, and I talked to them again, and I think I might have another thing set up. If I can set it up for this winter or spring, doing a Veterans Festival out here in the desert.
That'd be cool. Hopefully by then we'll be established and we'll be able to help you maybe fly some people out for it.
That's really I'm just finding a venue was the biggest thing, and I think I may have found a venue. They're going through an ownership and management change, but this would they don't cater to live music or live events. I'm trying to get them to do that because it's a pretty good thing. So Daniel from Rescue Residents, who I went to Price is Right with, he and I were talking about some of that stuff on the drive. He gave me a couple good ideas on what to do. I then took those and talked to some people, and now we're going to do more talks. So I would love to do that. But if any of the fans or anyone has any good information, I'd love to hear. But I'm really appreciative for your support on that.
Yeah, no problem. Actually, I will shoot a message to a friend of mine's van today for you. Do you have any? You said probably fall.
Yeah, I don't want to do it during the summer here because it's just way too hot.
Yeah.
But I've got some people who deal in live music already. So one is a promoter, the other one is family members of the promoter. So as we get this going, I want to be able to. This would be a really large venue outside where literally I wouldn't have to worry if 10,000 people showed up. I would not have to worry.
Yeah, that would be awesome to get 10,000 people to show up. And I'll work on marketing with you to help save you money. I used to promote some bands here in Pennsylvania, Lancaster area. One of which
I really don't want money for it. Like, if this doesn't raise money for VeteranNation, I would just want a successful event. I would much rather other vendors and other charities come in and sell stuff, and then they make money.
Yeah. Well, and it's also a good way to continue networking and reaching more people.
Oh, absolutely. For me, it's about getting people, watching the show, following us, and supporting us through the stuff that we do.
We're actually talking about trying to get something set up for July, for the first week of July, um, out here for Gettysburg.
Ooh,
Um, my daughter's boyfriend is a reenactor.
nice.
So I'm trying to get a hold of them to see if we can get access at night because you can't get on the battlefield after dark at all out there unless you get special permits and this and that. Whereas if we know somebody that's camping there as a part of the reenactment, I'm not ashamed to use that connection.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I'll
So
have to look through. I had a couple veterans that I was talking to in Pennsylvania. I'll reach out to them. I know I've got one guy who's very big in the Altoona area. So, uh,
okay, yeah, that's about an hour and a half west of me.
yep, that's actually I've got family in Pennsylvania, and they're also in that area. So when him and I
Okay.
connected, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm near Altoona." I was like, "Oh my god, that's where my family's from. My mom is from there."
Yeah, we call them A tuna, and the joke was, I'd never been there when I was a kid, so the joke was, does it smell like tuna? A tuna,
I'll
just
tell
something
this:
stupid.
every one of the fans, if you want to see something disgusting, look up Altoona style pizza. It's totally gross.
Uh, I've, yeah. I used to work in a stockyard, so I've seen where a lot of the meats and stuff come from. Um, and I can tell you certain meats to stay away from, like anything that has a Moyer packing stamp on it
Okay.
is going to be either really tough bulls that they make in the hamburger or old cows. They buy the cheapest stuff they can get a hold of. Um, and then trying to remember, who did Terry buy for? A friend of mine that lives up in Shamokin. Well, lived up in Shamokin. He passed away now, but he used to buy for a company out in the Midwest, and then they would
Okay.
butcher and then ship it back out this way. And he would buy really, really nice stuff. I'm trying to remember the name of the company. It's been a long time since I've done it. But yeah, you gotta watch where you're getting stuff. We have a place right up in town here called Gross Meats. I won't buy any of their stuff because I know what they buy. I've I've seen it. So
I've told people, when we've talked about the commissary here on 29 Palms, I've said, look, I'll go there and shop for everything except for meat. I won't buy meat from them.
yeah. So and it's sad that we have to be that way.
Right? Right? And here in California, too, oh, we lost him. We'll see if he comes back. Oh, we had him. There we, there we go.
There we go.
We had you.
Poof! I'm back. I pulled the genie.
Oh, okay.
So does anybody have any questions for me while I'm on here in the chat? Maybe.
I do want everyone to know about your show. It's 4 o'clock Eastern time,
Yes, sir.
and yeah, you do it. You do it Monday through Saturday, right?
Sunday through Friday usually.
There you go.
The weather was really crappy on Friday, and the person that was supposed to join me was not feeling well. So I ended up taking off Friday and doing a show on Saturday where I put my raised flower bed together. So they got
uh,
to watch the Sasquatch cuss a little bit.
I'll shoot you my phone number so you have it. Because there's nothing more annoying than when you have a guest who bails, and trust me, it happens all the time. And when you can't throw something together right away, because doing those solo shows, sometimes it's hard to talk to yourself. At least now that I have where I can have like the chat up and everybody can see the chat, it's a little bit better because I feel like I can, talk to people. But I'll give you that. So if ever that happens, you can quick text me and be like, "Guest bail, do you want on?" And I'll jump right on with you.
Yeah, that's cool. And I appreciate that. I do actually have a couple people that have come up, and I'll rotate through. If I have Boats, who is also he's a Navy veteran that is really involved in the channel with me. Like I can call him, and as long as he's not doing a doctor's office or something like that, he'll jump on, and we'll act like complete and total idiots for 2 hours with people. Um, my show is more about connecting with people, and I mean, we do talk about educational stuff. We do talk
Yeah,
some political stuff. But I'm trying to entertain at the same time and give some people a little bit of light, because there's so much darkness right now in this country. Um, so I
totally agree.
try and make them laugh a little bit. And first thing they come in and see is this, and they're like, "Holy hell!" Right? So if you haven't figured it out, this is how I got the name Sasquatch.
I'm gonna actually
Oh,
be growing out my goatee. I'm gonna get it longer. And I do want to
nice.
shout out to one of our fans who just jumped in, Frank Chapman. He jumped into the chat. Frank is Frank is in Ashland, Ohio, and he's been doing a lot of things with his church there. Frank, I'll send you. I don't know if you are on Discord, but I do want to send you a Discord because some of the stuff that I'm doing right now with Chris and with Eric, I think you and your church could benefit from of having this community and being a part of this community. So I just wanted to say that to Frank, and thank you for being
No
here, Frank.
problem. Hi, Frank. Sorry I was getting a drink, but I'm sure you
Well,
saw it. Um,
Frank's been running a game room for youth outreach, and they're going through some uh, changeovers in his church, but it's right there in Ohio, and they're trying to keep kids with things to do that's going to keep them off the street, and I think that's just a great thing.
we used to have one here in Manheim called the Oasis Center, and um, if he wants somebody that he can talk to who's been through this process, um, if he gets on Discord, you can message me there, and I'll give him the information. Guy out in he lives in Indiana now, named Jim Warren. He just got his master's degree in theology, I think it is,
Mm-hmm.
but he's a pastor. Um, and he's a really good guy, and he'll help you out with telling you, hey, this is what worked then, but he'll be honest with you and
Mm-hmm.
give you some advice. So just
I
don't
would
tell him
love
I
to do
sent you.
something like that out here. The problem and the challenge is it's a rural desert, so you have to try to find a centralized location. But there are centralized locations. The problem here is it's all California people. Most of the owners are speculators from LA, and they want LA prices to buy uh, the places. So finding an affordable place that's in a good spot is a challenge for me because I have looked about what I could do to open like an arcade type thing, but I think doing it through VeteranNation to keep local kids off the streets and with something to do, I think is a really good idea.
It possibly could give them some structure, which is a lot of what these kids need nowadays. They need some kind of structure.
Yeah,
Um, I've dealt with. Oh, go ahead, sir.
when they do things for kids out here, most of the times it's outdoor stuff, which is fine. But you have to realize from about this time of year, this is unusually cool right now. From this time of year till about mid-October, it's too hot to do outdoor stuff,
Hmm.
and there's not a lot of indoor stuff. So that's why I was like, oh, an arcade would be great for kids out here because that could work well all year long.
Yeah, no, we actually had um the entire upstairs of a business that we had gutted, and even the kids, I was 12 at the time, and we're up there using power tools and cutting wood and all this other stuff, learning how to do stuff that's important.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and by the end, it was ours. We did that, and that sense of accomplishment, even back then, you felt like, hey, this is cool. I can do stuff. So, I mean, if you're able to find people that'll step in, I mean, if you need me to, I can't do a whole lot physically, but I've got a wealth of knowledge in my head that I can teach.
Okay.
So I mean, we could work it out that I come out and help you.
Really, venues
Um,
out here are the biggest issues where I live.
yeah.
That's why I'm glad for the festival. I think I may have found a venue. There was only two, maybe three that were, I would say, viable without going to the base. And I'm not going to this base. I've had too many issues with the base. So there's only two or three places out in town. But I think I may have found one. I'll start those talks with them. Um, because if I can do a veterans music, like music, comedy, and art festival out here, I think that would be great.
Yeah. The band I'm talking about is called the Small Town Titan.
Okay.
They're a local band. I've seen them play a couple times. I've chatted with them.
Well,
Um,
if we get this going, maybe we can do one on West Coast and one on East Coast.
yeah, I'd be good with that. I mean, we've got plenty of venues out here. Um, you know, Live music in the Lancaster, York, and Harrisburg area. Or I mean, we're only an hour and a half from Baltimore, Philly. So I mean, there's so many options here for doing stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then the historical stuff, yeah, we do the music stuff one night, and then we can do either Revolutionary War or Civil War,
See,
anything like that.
out here, there's so many bands. Joshua Tree pulls in so many artists and musicians. Getting bands is actually not the problem. In fact, one of the guys is a country music promoter, and I've already been talking with him because there's a lack of country music out here. So I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
if I can get, do a night of rock and a night of country, I can see where that would be very, very successful. Ooh.
Banana nut muffin?
Ooh.
Wait,
Oh, okay.
Did I hear muffin?
I have got to show everyone this. Angel just made me this banana nut muffin.
You made all these banana nut muffins.
Ooh, yummy.
A whole bunch of them. Look at.
I'm jealous.
Dog's trying to get at them. Mm.
The dogs almost had muffins, huh?
I'm still collecting recipes because I do hope.
I didn't put them. I thank you for reminding me. I'll do that today. I have a couple recipes that I'm going to throw on there, including um my butter garlic spaghetti recipe.
See, I want to do a VeteranNation cookbook so that as I sell it on like Amazon, it's great. As I sell them on Amazon, that would be a way to fund a program. Like maybe I could do like a scholarship for kids, or like children of veterans, or do like maybe create a veterans in need fund and give the money out to the veterans. This is when you run a nonprofit, this is the things you have to think about.
Yeah.
How do you get funding?
That's what
and
we're.
then once you get funding, what is it going to be? Funding with an intent to do something, or are you going to just fund yourself? Fund your group. So I don't have any programs right now, but if I do something like that, I'll tie it to a program.
Here's what I'm foreseeing us doing, and it's actually a 3-part plan. It's gonna take a long time to develop and get everything going the way I want. I know that. And it's gonna be a lot of work. But a low battery, huh? So I want to first off, the first and most important part is helping veterans and people in low income situations with needs. If they need food, if they need clothing, if they need help getting shelter, that's going to be the most important work that we do. As time goes on, we would like to set up and allocate funds for medical help for people.
So for the homelessness, I can put you in contact with Daniel from Rescue Residents. That's what he's doing.
Okay.
What his nonprofit does is they buy old ambulances and they
Mm-hmm.
turn them over into like a mobile tiny
Little homes. Yep.
for veterans to be able to get themselves off the streets.
Yeah. I'm behind it. That's another thing that we've discussed in the last committee meeting, I believe, is that we're not only going to fund ourselves. If we have the funds and we can help somebody else, like if you say you have a kid that it needs something really badly and you don't have the funds for it. If you come to us and we talk about it, we'll ship you the funds and get the kid taken care of. Oh no, there goes the neighborhood.
Eric is moving everything around a little bit.
Eric, I'm going to actually disappear for a minute. I have to go get my charging cord. Or
Okay.
well, actually, I'm going to hop off here for now. I appreciate you having me on. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for all the support with everything we do. I will be live at 4 p.m.
Everyone check it out.
Probably just on YouTube because Rumble Studios has been acting completely stupid lately. So,
You should
but yeah,
you should push it out on your Twitter too.
I do when it works, but I don't know how to do that with both with one phone. So, without using um the Rumble Studio. So I need to look into the Restream or whatever
If
they
you
have on the phone.
reach out to me offline, I can if you want, you can use my Restream.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course.
So Eric was saying something, I couldn't hear him.
We can't hear you. Let
Yeah, I
me
got
take a look.
nothing from Eric.
Yeah, it's not even registering on the bar.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna hop off. Maybe that'll help.
Okay.
But thank you again for having me on, sir. I appreciate it.
Thanks for coming.
Again, to all our veterans
There we
and
go. Now
active
you should be able to hear me.
There he
Yep.
is.
It's an issue on my end. I got a Droid Cam thing going on for an app, and for some reason my computer keeps wanting to revert to that for my microphone.
That's interesting. But yeah. Anyway, to all our veterans and active duty people, thank you for what you do. We do appreciate you. And if you need something, please reach out. Um, you know, if you are in a a dark place in your mind, do not feel that you are afraid, please. There are people out here who do understand. Um, I mean, they're not going to understand your story completely, but they've been through stuff too. They've been through the depression, they've been through the darkness, and they want you to reach out and talk to them, and not so you don't do anything to harm yourself, please. That being said, I'm sorry I thought that was a long-winded one, but all right, I will see you all in a little bit. I gotta finish making lunch.
Thanks for joining us.
So, thank you, sir.
Later,
Take care. See you later, Eric.
All right, we got Reverend Eric. How you doing?
All right, how are you today, Skipper?
No complaints. It's definitely a day. It'll be a fun day, I think.
And your camera's black, so I don't know what you did there. Or you don't want people to see you eating that muffin.
It's showing me on mine.
Huh.
Yeah, it's showing me on my end. Let me take a look at what the live stream's putting out.
Now it's showing black screen as well.
Yeah, it's not showing me on the live stream. So hold on, let me turn it back on again. See if that fixes it.
One thing I noticed, FYI, the link was the same as the last time I joined you. Uh-oh, where'd you go?
Off, okay, there we go. It's still showing as black on Twitter, at least. Huh, this is weird. Very weird, because on Restream it's showing me. Open live video. Yeah, it's still showing as black.
Well, it's always going to give you a preview pretty much on the Restream.
Yeah, the preview looks good. Like, it's showing me clear as day.
On the preview, I don't see you.
So. Yeah, I'm trying to look to see what it looks like on YouTube. I keep turning the camera off and then back on again. Yeah. It's just one of those things. It just looks weird. Okay. And on YouTube, oh, no, not showing me on YouTube now. I don't know. Okay, let's do this.
Okay, there was at least something. You had the little avatar TS.
Yep.
There for a second.
Enable share screen. Okay, boom.
Leave it to me to muck it up.
Yeah, I don't know why I did this. Maybe if I move things around this way. So can you see me there?
Negative. Just a little black square.
I do not get what's going on. Yeah, it's showing me as. Well, it's not showing it. There we go. No, still not.
Oh, let's see what happens if I turn mine off and back on. Well, there's my avatar just by turning the camera off. And there I am back. Is it which under settings on which camera you're using or something?
No, I'm using an iPad.
Did it accidentally tweak it out and say you're using a different camera?
I didn't change anything. So let me look. Okay, front camera, auto, rear camera. Maybe if I turn that off.
I threw on a shirt for this.
Yeah. I do not know why this is doing this. Let's see.
There you go. I see a dresser. I see a kitty bed and kitty in it. There you are.
Okay.
Peekaboo, we see you now.
Now I'll put us back that way. There we go.
Yeah. See you now.
So you wanted to join in on the discussion that we had on...
Well, not so much on mopeds. The closest thing I've done was a GoPed. A little gas-powered thing before I went into the service and wiped out. In a Denny's parking lot in Grants Pass, Oregon.
Nice.
I remember that day very well. Say again?
Aren't you from up in Oregon?
My home of record is Oregon.
Okay.
I'll put it that way. I actually grew up in southern Oklahoma, north central Texas. senior year of high school, went to Oregon because that's where my paternal grandparents lived. Stayed with them. Hey, flying auditor, good to see you here. And from there, I enlisted into the Navy.
Okay, I remember you saying Oregon at some point, or as they say up there, Oregon. I always want to put
better than the other one. The other one's Oregon, or Oregon, or Oregon.
That's in the Midwest. Yeah, we'll take places of other names. Like there's an Oregon, Ohio, but we say Oregon. I used to live in Milan, Michigan, but it's spelled Milan. So yeah, all these places in the Midwest, we'll take the name, but we're.
I've got one for you. I've got one for you. Chili. How would you pronounce that?
Chili.
Food dish for the country. Chili. You know what they call it in Rochester?
Where?
Chili.
See, yeah.
Chili Avenue in Rochester, New York. And it runs right out to the airport.
Tennessee does the same thing. They've got a lot of towns that are common spellings of words, but they just pronounce them differently. I've noticed. I'm trying to think, like stuff near Shiloh, which I don't think they pronounce Shiloh.
Well, there's nicknames for everything, but and you were mentioning Frank there, I believe, or no, not Frank, Mike, who was from Jersey.
Oh, Danny.
Or Danny. Yeah,
Yep.
okay. And yeah, because Peggy, my wife, grew up in New York, and she had friends who were from Jersey originally, and she spent time in Jersey, and they've got a beach that they call Bare Ass Beach there. That
I find get along very well with people from Jersey. All my years through the Marine Corps, yeah, there's the New York Marines and the Texas Marines, and they fight over stuff. I find I get along very well with New Jersey Marines.
But yeah, so that's why I had to throw that Coney joke in there. I don't know if he saw it or not, or if he'd already disappeared off Facebook.
Got my banana nut muffin.
Those are always good until they hit you later. That potassium hits you later.
So yeah, if I can I've got a couple recipes now, but yeah, I want to eventually do a VeteranNation cookbook, so people can buy the cookbook and know that they're going to have all these recipes and stuff. But it comes back to the foundation. I gotta get all the recipes and organize it, and then I'm going to decide what the program is going to be that it'll benefit.
And one thing that was being discussed earlier, angry cops versus angry vet. Since I see AVA is still hiding around here now, that our buddy Flying Auditor came in, is that angry cops, yeah, he's a veteran. He does a lot of, he does the memes and stuff, as well as E4 Mafia type stuff. And he's really got some of the fun shirts that, including Marine coloring drawings on shirts.
So for those who are watching on my YouTube, I did a YouTube short earlier this week about a Marine here in 29 Palms who scammed somebody. They sold a broken vacuum cleaner, knowingly sold it broken, said it worked. And then when the guy approached him, he was mocking the guy and says, "Sucks to suck," and this is what you get for me keeping you free and all this stuff. So I put him on blast, and I did a video. And what's funny is all his messages from that group ended up getting posted 2 days ago on Not in Regs. And I'm like, yep, sucks to suck, doesn't it, dude?
Well, actually, one of Angry Cop's most recent things was regarding a veteran who was holding a sign-holding veteran, as he refers to him, who kind of got sponsored or asked to sponsor one of the paid programs that help veterans get their benefits that they so rightly deserve from the VA, and cut through the red tape, and how the VFW in DC attacked them, including the organization they were sponsoring.
So I actually have a lot to say about this, because my initial VSO was through the American Legion. But I have gotten help from one of these paid groups. So here's the thing I'll tell people. Do what's right for you. Don't listen to the VFW, the American Legion, when they tell you, no, you get this for free. You get what you pay for.
Mm-hmm.
The VSO I had through the American Legion, he was knowledgeable, and he did it for free, but he was not speedy. It took him 2 months to put together my paperwork and get it submitted. Now, when I went through the paid group, it took them a week. So you have to do what's right for you. Don't listen to these other veterans. You have the right to go to whoever you want. If you want to pay money, go pay money. If you don't want to pay money, go to one of the free groups. But you'll get what you pay for. If you're going to go to a pay group, you can reach out to me. You can reach out to other veterans. Talk to people who've had experience with it. Same thing. And I've told you, Eric, you need a veteran service officer, but the challenge is finding a good one.
Oh my goodness! And I thought I started to come close with one, but in a different county. But the process, and then as I was talking and vetting the gentleman out, he sounds like he's really great if you're in his county, if you're close.
Mm-hmm.
But he was he was very disinterested because I wasn't in his county and close to him, so he was reluctant to want to really do anything. And if I had the money, I'd pay one of these paid ones that after vetting and make sure they're legit all day long, just because the red tape is ridiculous. But no, there's actually been a Twitter feud. You're on Twitter. There's actually been a Twitter feud regarding this veteran and whatnot. And Angry Cops was basically keying in on it, and he reached out to find out what was going on. Show me a copy of this alleged cease and desist letter, which was nothing but the VFW asking for proof that they're not doing it illegally. Whoops! Don't drop the muffin.
Almost, I caught
it. Yeah.
Here's the thing I'll tell the VA, and if anyone, the VFW, and if anyone from the VFW is watching, forward this to the VFW leadership so that I can communicate directly to them. If people aren't using your free services, maybe you should ask yourself why.
Why? Yep.
Why are people? Eric, you've had a problem with the VFW. They have not offered you the help that they say that they help with, correct?
Well, not so much the VFW. I went to the Legion. I was going through the Legion. I used to be a paid member of the Legion, and didn't get a whole lot of help in certain ways. And I've even gone to the Texas Veterans Commission, which is supposed to be there to help veterans here in Texas. A whole state organization set up. And even tried to ask them about, because Texas also has some home buying programs for veterans or land buying stuff. So I was trying to also vet some of that too. And it's I get I get in there in person, I talk to somebody, and then when I try to reach back out to them for a follow-up, I'm ghosted.
Yep. And this is the problem with those. They want to gatekeep and say, no, you should only be going through us. But yet they don't provide good enough services that, like, if you provided great services, everyone would be like, oh, yeah, go to the VFW.
Be beating down the door.
Take care of everything. But everybody I've talked to, well, not everybody. I've talked to several Marines. You have to find a good VSO. Just because they're at the VFW does not make them a good VSO. They could suck. So
or the Legion, or even the county ones, the ones that are set up in each county across the country.
Oh yeah, and that's, or the DAV. The DAV, the only thing they exist to do. And for some people, they've had great experiences. For other people, they've had horrible experiences. I don't know if Tommy's in here. Tommy was with the AMVETS. Problems with the AMVETS. You know, like, I'll tell you one thing with these VSOs, for these veterans organizations like AMVETS, DFW, American Legion. Here's one thing I see still today: them discouraging veterans from making claims because, oh, they'll reduce your stuff. That is complete and total BS. That is if a veteran's getting their stuff reduced, it's because the VSO has screwed up the paperwork. That is why they're getting reduced. It's not.
Well, here's the fun thing: they don't pull that one on me because I'm not getting anything but medical to begin with.
Exactly.
So it's like, look at they reduce, and there's nothing to reduce.
And they don't.
And even though I'm below income, below poverty level on income for me and my household, I can't even get the vet pension because they got it backward. It's backwards how it makes it sound. You would think the vet pension would be for those that have retired from the service or service connected disability, and then and the comp and pen stuff would be for those that maybe that need that boost up. They got they keep changing the titles, got the titles backwards that don't make sense, to where it makes it even harder to try and get what you deserve.
I just sent a link to Flying Auditor. He was commenting on this, so in case.
I saw 2 years.
That's my whole thing to these organizations. Like, don't knock veterans for fighting. Don't knock them for fighting. You want them to fight a certain way. Don't ever tell someone how to fight their battles. Offer them support. And if you are good at what you do, then I naturally will go with you. But if I'm not going with you, maybe that should be an indicator that what you're offering isn't as good as what you think it is. And
even when AVA's some of his recent videos where he's posted trying to talk about, they're trying to say it's non-medical care, trying to speak to a senior medical professional. That's literally, basically what he just dealt with is literally what I have dealt with here in Texas.
Yep.
Trying to set up an appointment last summer with the senior doctor for over the PACT, the team that oversaw my care, and they pulled a bait and switch on me. I show up for the appointment, and they're unavailable. I set up the appointment with that doctor, not with not with the team, not with first available, but with that specific doctor. And then they're unavailable, and then they tried to block me in the room, and then sent me a bad boy letter because I wanted to sit there and basically blow up and go through the walls to get out because I was basically trapped. And of course, I didn't have any veteran police there, the VA police there, because that would make them totally look wrong for basically kidnapping.
For these groups, it's like, put your money where your mouth is. If you're that good, be that good. So there's no question. But the fact of the matter is, and you see this at many different posts of these veteran organizations, they get very cliquish. They want you to fall in line with what they're doing. Well, sorry, no, that doesn't
take
work.
30 years to make one diagnosis, yet you might be dying of, you might be terminally ill with cancer, but it's going to take them 50 years to find out that you had cancer because they want to focus on one issue for the next year to 2 years, set you an appointment up, once a year, and then 2 weeks before your appointment, now that's when you're going to do your blood work, fasting blood work. And it's like, okay, then why'd you put me on a heart medication, a cholesterol pill that says when you first put on it, be monitored every 3 months? But we're just going to check your blood work once a year, so you could die in the meantime. Yay, there he is.
Yo, guys, can you hear me?
We got you.
Cool.
5 loud and clear.
I like now this restream, Mike, allows you to have the chat being shown on YouTube. I'm on StreamYard, so you use your primary casting.
This is YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook are the three.
Right,
places.
you're bringing in 3 different channels, but you're using the service restream.io. I noticed, because I've only used StreamYard, and the reason I asked is because you had Eric, yourself, and to your right you had your chat in one of the windows, which live stream doesn't, or StreamYard doesn't allow. But in any event, since Eric's in Texas, I've been dealing with this, and I didn't do anything until 2019 after I got my pilot's license, pilot certificate. And then I started going into the system, and I'll tell you, the one channel I listened to before I did anything, I listened to this guy probably for 3 months and watched all of his stuff, was Combat Craig.
He's great.
Yep, and I got in this boot camp, and I really started looking. And then there's a guy by the name of Dwayne. He is a retired VA Raider, and he's ex-Army. And he's got a channel because he retired from being a Raider. And he really talked about the M21, shares, etc. Now, I've got major experience from what you have, Eric, here in Texas, because I'm out in West Texas. So the VSO that I had, he was an Army. And oddly enough, he didn't even get his own rating. So he decided to work on himself to get his own rating, believe it or not. But he was county paid. Prior to that, I ended up using some little VSO, little Marine guy who wasn't worth crapola. This kid did zero. And again, at that point, when you're mentally ready to do stuff and move on, you do. So the VSO, he really helped a lot, and he's a strong advocate. He really helped me out a lot. And then we came into a loggerhead because as the VSO, he was also part, even though he's county paid, he was also part of the Texas Veterans Commission. And there's a guy local who was a retired E8 that was a certified. Now this is a classification, a certified guy that had to go through a test and read a book about 3 inches thick dealing with veteran issues. And he was an Air Force guy, and he would evaluate what you got, and he'd say yay or nay, and yada, yada, yada. So what I ended up having to do, because I had, the VBA hides stuff from you as you've done. And what I was talking to Angry Vet yesterday, and Kevin said, hey, why don't you put something on your channel about your walk, your journey with your specific issues? And I thought about it, and I said, well, I don't want to put a lot out there because it's really nobody's business what the hell's going on, but the process. Because what I have done, and I have been doing what I'll share with you for, years and years, I have just picked up the banner and have assisted vets in terms of showing them. I've been an instructor up until a couple of years ago. I was teaching a specific real estate course. I'm a broker, and I have a really strong skill set in a specific arena. So
we find a small plot of land to park this RV on. don't need much. Just need to be able to park an RV.
You were talking about the Veteran Land Board. Some of that's just useless land, and it's retail. It's really highly priced. It's expensive. So I'd stay away from that for sure. There's places out there. You just get on one of the TexasLand.com, I think it is, or America.com, and just start looking for counties and then the acreage and what have you. But I can talk to you awful lot about that, Eric, and the easy way to do that. But getting back to
like I told you the one time when we were on Kevin's stream, on Angry Vet's stream, is need to really sit down and have a discussion with you, offline or whatever, just to talk about some things.
Absolutely.
Since
I'm getting back to the specificity and helping somebody, all I can do, as I've told folks, I believe in teaching a man to fish, and it'll feed him for a lifetime versus giving him information and it just feeds him for the day. And there are people that I have giving. Vets who, whether they're Vietnam era, whatever era, and said, first things first, get your C file from the National Archives. That's the very first thing you do. I even, the AVA's in the chat because I ragged on him the other day, and he's doing that. And do it a hard copy by postal mail. You download the PDF that you can request your information, and do it electronically. And the reason is simple. Anybody that has ever messed with technology knows, and I'm a tech guy, knows that they can claim we never got it. and then you have to subpoena their logs. If you understand technology, you have to look at the every aspect of email headers and yada yada yada. So the paper copy with a signature proves with no equivocation some human signed for your document. And so what's interesting is, you get your information. You can ask for everything, all your stuff from your service in terms of your. I had my stuff from the Air Force, some of my APRs, Airman Performance Reports, and I've forgotten about some stuff. And if I've forgotten about some stuff I did that was pretty bad, and I didn't remember. early in my career, I read one doc and I'm going, "Wow, I almost got
shortly
that."
after I was discharged, and I ended up in Oregon. I did go through and request a copy of my records, both medical and service records, and they sent them to me on microfiche.
Oh wow, wow.
But then of course that gets lost. When you move around and you're homeless, which is another thing about something else that's been even up to the Supreme Court regarding homeless encampment, camping in Grants Pass, Oregon. Grants Pass, Oregon has recently had some stuff there, and they mentioned even the rescue mission, which I have in Grants Pass, which I have stayed in. But that's a video for another time, maybe, unless we want to talk about it here. But I turned around, tried to request stuff, and I couldn't get the VSOs in. And I've had some very sus. Well, not sus. It's just the first time I tried going to a county VSO was in Rochester, New York, Monroe County. The only thing I could really get out of them was I got the county veteran ID card. They were too busy focused on, and some of it was a good reason, but they've got more than one person. They were more focused on lining up a veteran burial, getting the, Legion riders and all that lined up. I can kind of respect that, but their attention was nowhere near on me. Then the second time was in Steuben County, New York, and literally going physically in person to both of their locations, for their old one and then their new one when they moved. Literally, they ignored me. I'm right there in front of their face, and they ignored the fact that I even existed because I was the wrong era. I didn't serve when they served.
Well, and these are the things that you have when you go to these veteran organizations. These are the problems that arise.
And then also in Ohio, and let's see, where in Marion, Ohio, I went, or no, not Marion, in Upper Sandusky. It was in Upper Sandusky, south of Findlay there, which, Western Ohio. You should remember where that is, Skipper.
Oh yeah.
I went to the county VSO there. I had to schedule an appointment. Granted, this was at the beginning of COVID and stuff. No, not too big of a deal. Or actually before COVID, just before. I scheduled the appointment. I show up for the appointment, and I was meeting with the senior VSO, the director of the office there, and she couldn't run me out the office fast enough. I set up an appointment. I show up early for the appointment. I'm the only person in the building, and she doesn't even have 10 minutes to deal with. Doesn't want to even take 10 minutes to deal with me.
And that's so that's why I'm talking about, like, when you get with these organizations, they don't want you going to these pay organizations, okay? But yet they also don't want to fix whenever there's a problem within their own organization. Like, and I've said it before, we all are veterans. We all have channels. We all do shows. Why am I watching the Super Bowl and seeing a VFW commercial when they could, on much cheaper, sponsor shows like ours, support actual veterans?
Because we're not real people.
Well, we're not real veterans. No, we're not real veterans. Remember that. We're not real veterans.
We're not
on the dotted line, but we're not real.
But Greg, as you said, where did you get your information? Combat Craig. I've used Combat Craig. I've watched his videos. Yep. Like, if you don't want to sponsor my show, I got no problem with it. but you should sponsor Combat Craig's. Like he's doing great for so many veterans, but yet they don't want.
They want to be agnostic. I mean, shit. I've gone through. I used to years ago. I was going to do a GSA contract, and I got into the weeds on the process. I mean, I got my company. We ended up licensing and all that shit years and years ago. But getting back, Eric made a good point here that how some people dismiss, and you did too, Mike, in that all the time I've been seen to the VA, I have heard these words. You don't look indigent. They say, just because of my appearance, because I'm wearing a cami shirt, and that was my brand. In my Hummer, I had I had a wrap, a semi wrap, had some sort of cami on it in aspects, but everything I had, everything was branded, was camouflage, because I'm a Texas broker and a wildlife guy. So, but when they said that, I asked, it struck me as so odd when I've heard that multiple. I said, why do you make that comment? And it was from doctors, just the people I had run into when I went into the VA. And they say because the majority of the people we come in have that appearance, disheveled, maybe not matching clothes. I mean, the guy went into details. And I'm going, do you realize what you just said? Think about this for a second. Sam Walton drove around in a ratty pickup truck in overalls, and you'd have never known that dude was a billionaire.
Right.
But the idea.
I have a story from someone I met in boot camp that regarding Sam Walton when he was still alive, and my first real job was for Walmart when he was still alive. But apparently, him and his mom were traveling around Thanksgiving. They ended up at a store. He personally helped them unload the truck when nobody else was there to unload the truck, and then paid for them a hotel room for the night for the holiday, for Thanksgiving, since they're away from his, the gentleman's dad and her husband, and they didn't even know who he was. And the hotel manager was like, "You don't know who that is? That's Sam Walton, the owner of Walmart."
Well, and that's
And there's been a couple of times I've gone to car lots just to do a test drive or whatever, and I'm wearing dingy clothes or whatever. It's like, do you realize that most of the people that Bill Gates was around in tennis shoes, Sam Walton was in coveralls, and you wouldn't sell to them because they look poor? That just
these same people who will tell you, no, you shouldn't be paying to get your VA claims, and the same ones who are saying, well, you don't look indigent, are the same ones who will also say you're a veteran who's faking your claims. You're faking stuff. And
you're too young to have your health problems. I've actually physically heard that one. You're too young to have the problems you have. Well, you live the life I've lived to tell me I'm too young.
Well, here's the deal. A lot of vets, when I used to live an hour outside of San Antonio, Texas. We had a little place, and I used to have to drive an hour in to be seen for VA, even eat out. I mean, literally, it would be a 4-hour round trip just to eat out. Where I live now, at least I'm 15 minutes from town. First time in my wife's married life, other than living in Orlando, living out in the sticks. But and I don't mind that. I don't mind living in the sticks. But anyway, there was a guy working at the Firestone place, and he was a New Yorker. He was a Marine guy, and had the atypical. And I know I've got family in New York. That atypical, in your face, really short New York attitude. And eventually got him fired because a lot of people where he was servicing as a Firestone guy, I'm going through over this, did that. Lo and behold, I go into Audie Murphy in San Antonio. Big, huge VA center, Audie Murphy. And as I walked into this one area, who did I see? This dude. And I looked at him, I said, in a loud voice, I said, who the hell was stupid enough to hire you to work here? And he got quiet, and I turned around and I immediately went to the hospital director for Audie Murphy. I said, I've witnessed this guy as a customer service rep in a retail store. They fired him for that. And you're hiring this man to deal with veterans? He needs to be out of here. He wasn't there less than a month, and he got canned because of that attitude. So veterans, like you say, if what we do here, I do it when I'm in public, regardless. I go to a restaurant, I see a Purple Heart, Superstar, I'll say something to the manager if they're, Gen X's or Gen Y's or Z's, the young kids, and I'll go, you're the manager of a restaurant. That Purple Heart, pay for his meal, and you get somebody to look at you like
and I'll give you way before I became ever a member of any of these veteran service organizations, I dealt with one who their commander was legitimate stolen valor. He was a Marine veteran, but he had embellished everything about his service.
Sure.
And, that's what you get with these organizations. You'll get stuff like that. And, for me, here's my take on it. And this is coming from someone who's has had PTSD, has had suicidal ideations. I will never tell a veteran what their journey should be. I will offer them support. I will tell them, hey, here's what I did. Here's who helped me. Here's who I think also could help. When you're ready, you let me know. I'll be right there with you. That's what I do.
Right. And that's what we can do to support each other. And like you've said so often, there's too many people that do what they do. I mean, I don't have a big following by any stretch of the imagination. And do I really care? Not at all. Those that are power hungry or not power hungry, all those that want those massive numbers, YouTube is the bathroom wall of the internet. Everybody knows that has a channel. Let's get factual. There are nimnods in. Look, I'm old and I'm pre-internet. I first email was CompuServe. My email address was number,545@CompuServe.com. AOL was a big deal back in the day. All that kind of crap. So I'm pre-cell
Bulletin board services.
Absolutely. I was on one of those. So I have a perspective
Windows 3.1 or DOS 4.0.
When you're at this stage of the hourglass of life, been there, done that, and I have a perspective the vast majority of people that are on these channels do not have. And I'm still pretty up. I'm a tech guy. I can embrace stuff. Do I have a desire to code? Not at all. I just hate math. Literally, I'm going to have to take college math again in one class for one semester because my mind is like, even I'm a pilot. I can do shit with all kinds of stuff. But when it comes to, like they said, do you ever use algebra or trig in your normal everyday life? No, I'm not a genius. Don't care to. I don't care A, B, C equals D squared. I don't give a shit. But for school, you have to.
You never had to figure out your glide path?
Everything is done. Everything is done. And I can do that mathematically because there are some shortcuts. But, especially if you lose power. And people never understood when I got my check ride. I went with paper copy. I went with that multiple batteries on my iPad because I flew with an iPad. And when I was doing short field landings, I was doing short field landings with a 30-knot crosswind. And I kept telling them, Cessnas isn't rated for this. And I was kind of surprised. I'd come in short. It was hard as hell. I was white knuckling it, and the instructor saw me a couple of times, and he goes, you did a pretty damn good job considering. I said, look, I'm not an aircraft fighter pilot. I don't touch down on those bars at this kind of wind. I'm not a jet. I had a Cessna at the time. Cessna 150. That's the tricycle of the sky. No, I'm sorry. It's not. There's other planes that are slow.
Yeah, the 172 is pretty close too.
Well, this 172 is a little bit bigger engine, so bigger cockpit, it's faster. 150 is primarily.
I want to go back to a comment you made regarding the whole indigent with the VA.
Yeah,
that's also there's a flip side to that as well, because of having been homeless and coming out, in and out of homelessness and doing my best to come out of it. It is so proliferated in my medical records, homeless, that's all they really look at. So it's like, okay, you're homeless. You don't have a place to, if we give you something, where are you going to put it? It's like, I'm not homeless anymore. Mm-hmm. So, I live full-time in an RV. I have a home. I'm houseless. I don't have the sticks and bricks, but I'm not homeless.
That's another thing that people don't understand about the way the VA structures things. And I've created a board game. I'm still trying to find a veteran artist to help me with the actual layout for the board. But the whole thing about the game is to show how the VA incentivizes getting a higher percentage. Like the VA incentivizes that. So when you get veterans who are like, oh, that guy's lying about his medical conditions, it's like, well, yeah, that's what the VA actually encourages by the way it's set up. And if you don't like that, stop setting it up that way.
Okay, so hold on. Let me ask you because you said the VA incentivizes you to get an increase in your rating.
Yes.
Okay, let me tell you what, and I heard this directly from my medical doctor, who was one of my investors, a great friend of mine from my previous location before here. He said every VA director, this is a guy who's been in the system for decades, says that when you change locations, like I've changed 5 different locations in my life, 30-something years with the VA, there is a bonus that is paid to the director for each vet, $3,000 and some dollars. So when you move from California, let's say you move to Texas and you become part of whatever division, whatever I'm part of the West Texas VA, that system, guess what? There's a stipend that is paid to the directors. Now this is according to this doctor, and of course, dealing with AVA and his problem, and I didn't realize this, but there is an organization strictly for VA doctors, like I think it's a union, and I think Kevin, he might have told me that too. So when you make a complaint at the hospital level about the MD, I don't think there's really the union covers their butt like traditional unions do, and so there's just a lot of guys that are being in the VA, some thoughts, just like if you're where you're living in California, the guys here in Texas and all over the country, when you have a home or whatever you're living, you're paying these state taxes, state county taxes on the real estate, real property, yada, yada, yada. Most people don't want to challenge their appraisal on their homes for fear of upsetting the apple cart and having retaliation by the county. Let me tell you something. That's bullshit. Because if it happens, in the state, I don't know about you in California, but in Texas, all county appraisal districts are licensees. I'm a licensee. I've got a license for what I do professionally. I have to renew it, but if someone makes a complaint and they make a complaint to the state of Texas, that escalates it in such a way we're like, whoa, let's put the horses on. So when people don't know that, so it's a matter of doing the research to find out where can you address your grievances officially, because you as a taxpayer and you as a user of the Veterans Administration have recourse. Now, we all know the VA being as huge as it is, it's like fighting the IRS. So it's impossible almost.
And it doesn't help that the guy that I dealt with there and the director over Central Texas was the interim director over that position and whatnot. But he also, before that, he was over there in West Texas.
Oh, okay.
So, Greg, this is why I really enjoy where I can talk with you because you do have a lot of knowledge. This is very common throughout government. And I'll give you an example with me. I've been harassed. I've been physically attacked by the director of mission assurance for McKagsey. Every time I go to make a complaint, half of the battle is, well, you're not making the complaint in the right form, which is complete and total BS. If you go to the Inspector General, guess what? That's the catch-all. You can make any complaint you want to the Inspector General. So that's why I'm so thankful to the people who watch this show who've called the Marine Corps, called the Marine Corps IG, called Training and Education Command and said, have you watched this guy's videos? He was attacked by an assistant chief of staff to the general. Like, them calling and bringing a light to it has helped me to where now they haven't said they're going to do a thorough investigation yet, but I have enough people calling saying, hey, go and give a thorough investigation on Skipper's claims.
Your specific deal though was command specific though, correct? It's not the ether world like the IG. Blind Justin, Mike is prime example, when his eyes were stolen by that VA clinician. I still have a copy. I sent an IG complaint to the OIG. I've heard nothing, and I've got tracking. They signed for it and they got it because I sent it priority mail. And so, there again lies chasing the rabbit and
So
holding their feet to the fire.
this is where us doing this all together, where we can help. So let's get on. Let's meet up on this at some time later after this.
Sure.
Because what I will do is I will FOIA your complaint, and we know they're not going to give it to me. But if we can start this chain of people doing FOIAs on your complaint, and after they deny it to me, I'll do the same complaint. By doing all this and bringing attention to it, they're more than likely to do something. Now, with his case, I guarantee you what they're going to say is, "Oh, this is old. It's long in the past. We're not going to do it." BS, BS. If we start re-showing his video and telling people, like I've done with Jeremy Hales, like I'm doing with Kahanu, like in my own case. No, here's a letter. Send this letter to this. Here's the address. Send it. Let them start getting bombarded with form emails. Let them get bombarded with calls. That's the only way we can hold them accountable, is to redress these grievances publicly. So I'm glad.
And that's good. That's good you said that, because I'm going to be doing something here in June. I'm going to be leaving, going somewhere. I'm not going to get arrested by any stretch of imagination.
Secret squirrel.
Yeah.
He's gonna go
it'll
work
be
for
out
the
there.
company.
It'll be out there. But I'm gonna go do my redress. I mean, I've got some issues, and it's gonna be kind of funny, but it's gonna be pretty serious, because when I get on my soapbox on the Type A, it goes. That's why I can't do what most people do with it. You going out, because you touch me, I'm gonna hurt you. I don't care who the fuck you are. It's just my personality. You don't touch me.
That's exactly what happened with me. Dude put his hands on me, got a beat down. But
yeah,
I was
good for you.
Week, I don't know if you were on earlier, but I was telling people earlier this week, every time I go on base, because this guy's in charge of the MPs and the fire department and safety,
sure.
every time I go on base, I'm in fear that I'll be attacked again. And I was told that fear is irrational. I'm like, how is it irrational? I was already attacked.
Yeah, it's your fear.
What's going to stop it from happening again?
Absolutely.
I could say.
Oh, that reminds me of another thing when I was dealing with an ex and having to deal with CPS in the system. Was they sent me for the EPS or whatever, that psych eval, which I've passed those multiple times before. But part of the psych eval says, do you feel that you are that you are being threatened, and that your life is in danger? Trying to get that whole, for those that are schizophrenic or whatnot. But it's like, I sat there and pulled the person aside, the evaluator aside, and said, yes, to answer this truthfully, I have to answer this. Yes. And I have the receipts. I have the chat where the threats were made. And then they still tried to give me some silly diagnosis.
Well, I want to say, let me interrupt you, Skipper. Let me just say one thing. What I have discovered and what I have learned in my short time utilizing this platform to visit with you guys and get to know everybody is that there's, like Cliff Williams, myself, and other people, I'm kind of this behind the scenes guy, and I don't mind, I've got a checkbook. I'll help people if I feel so led. But like Kevin and I have discussed, because of the nonprofit, there's a lot of people need help. We have to vet. You can't, we're not made of hundreds of millions to be able to do everything for everything. So I really go into an investigative mode. If I'm going to help somebody, I'm going to go in and deep dive just to make sure that I'm not talking to somebody that's just, kind of off there, if you know what I mean, that might be able to sing a good story. Not saying anybody does or has, but, as a business guy, which I am, anytime I've gone into business with somebody, I investigate them, and I tell them up front. I said, I got an investigator. He's ex-Air Force. All I have to do is give him your information. If you think you can't get found, you can hide behind YouTube. You can hide behind emails. I've got the sources that'll be able to find them. And I've found billionaires, gotten their cell phones, and they're kind of like, where'd you get my number? I said, well, there's an advantage to doing what I do, And they kind of chuckle. But where I'm going is there's a lot of people that, like you said, could go into doing the stuff behind the scenes, making the calls. Because here's what people don't understand, Skipper, is you and I have a finite hourglass of life with sand in it. And our sand levels are different based upon our ages. And when we invest that sand in someone's life, that means we've decided to take something away from that sand flow and put your cause, whatever as part of that sand that's going to drop through the hourglass.
Yep.
And people kind of forget that. When
Yeah.
you purchase your equipment, how many hours of your life did it take you to buy it? So people need to, I hear these terms, well, you're not human, and let's be human. And I kind of chuckle when I hear that. I'm going, do you know how moronic that sounds? We're not aliens, humans. What are we? Are we back from the caveman days? Let's talk about not being human. Let's talk about being a person of cognizance.
Yep.
Human is such an archaic. I'm thinking of the ape that was swinging by the cheese, broke, had his tail ripped off by a yoke, stood up and said, "Ouch." I'm sorry, did I say that out loud? And I have biologists that are guys.
And that's why, like with AVA, a Veterans Affairs Media, the stuff he's going through, I really want to get a petition going on the doctor who violated his privacy. So that way we can make it easy for other people. When people ask, well, what can I do? Hey, send an email, make a phone call, sign a petition. Just those little things. People don't realize when you walk in, I sent that petition to Governor DeSantis on Jeremy Hell's case. We got over 5,000 signatures. You think DeSantis is going to ignore a 5,000 signature petition?
Well, look,
that
probably
votes.
won't, but he sure as hell put in that 25-foot rule. You
Which
heard
one?
about DeSantis passing that law in Florida? You can't be within 25 feet of anybody as first responder with a camera.
That's going to be unconstitutional.
Yeah, but here's the deal. Oh, I understand.
It'll take a fight for it. But.
It's the idea that, and I was behind this guy. I mean, I had a place in Florida, and I liked the guy being Navy. He just said when he did what he did with Disney, because yada yada yada. But I'm going. That to me just said, what an idiot, what an idiot. But getting back to what you said, one guy I'll say on YouTube who does something extremely well, and this is a public service. Foshin puts in his description everything, contact information, emails, phone numbers. He extricates and strips that out in places. And let me tell you what that does. For those that get so moved at the time they are looking at something, they don't have to take the time to find it. It's there, and they can look down the list and act accordingly. And shout out to letters to this is public service. Foshin, great guy. I interviewed him early on. We became friends, and so those are things I recommend that anybody that has a YouTube channel to do that, because that will facilitate folks that aren't actively practicing in a video format to be able to help if they're so moved, because it's made readily available. Spoon it up for them, help them.
To piggyback on that, another thing where we really need to improve is with FOIA requests. And for instance, I've done a FOIA request against the people who are harassing me. I asked for their emails, and it went all the way up, like it was denied. I appealed. It went all the way up to the Department of Navy at the Naval Yard in Washington, D.C. And it was ultimately denied because I was an interested party. It doesn't say that anywhere within FOIA. It doesn't matter.
Well, actually, public interest is an interested party, so therefore it's a
exactly.
Don't make sense.
Here's what we need to do, and I'll publish my list. And here's what we all need to do. If someone does a FOIA, do a FOIA of that FOIA. Be like, hey, I want all the same information that guy wants, because they'll give it to you, but they'll redact a lot of things. But you can still appeal all those redactions. Say no. And you should every time they give it to you, you should appeal, because that puts you in a legal standing. Because if you get it and it's redacted and you go to sue, it's going to be dismissed. But if you appeal, you have legal standing. So if we are all coordinating and saying, okay, yeah, here's a FOIA request I did, and you guys all go and FOIA that same stuff, it's harder for them to deny that FOIA request. Now they'll play other games.
Speaking of which, I have one that I would really like. That I tried to do a FOIA on, which was because of my specific circumstance, was the denial of a mobility scooter, a powered mobility device. Is I tried to do a FOIA for a breakdown of denials versus approvals based upon and a further breakdown based upon demographics, male, female, branch of service, race, religion, you know, and not only for Central Texas, but I also asked for a nationwide breakdown, these are all numbers they should have.
Mm-hmm.
And I was told there's no such records.
Well, here's
They don't
what
keep such records.
You've made a good point, but let's put a let's take one layer of skin off that, like you're doing an onion. So you've got the outer layer is your FOIA. The other layer is another public records information request that is done at the local state level. So, and I'm saying this for a specific reason because I know we're talking FOIA. Because some entities use the term FOIL. There's a FOIL request,
Yep.
which I think is an interstate request, not a FOIA request. And I'm a picture guy. I'm from the generation where I visualize in graphics and pictures
OPR.
and matrices. So I'm visualizing state is the header, FOIA. Here's all the details, and the state open records request with its specific nuances, because there's ways, and most people don't know. You know, when the problem is, especially with the channels that are out there, and again, going back to Foshin for this is a public service, he has been provided, and so has Rogue Nation, has provided a lot of details and a lot of behind the scenes. Here's the statutes, yada yada yada. Many people, I shouldn't just arbitrarily assign a value. Many people don't take the time to read the statutes, because I'm from the school. I'm a negotiator, master negotiator. I'm certified. I'm from the school. I want to know before they think they know where they got me, and I'll answer and I'll make my inquiry to cut them off at the legs if they try to pull that, you know, you're not part of this deal question. You know, if I'm asking something, even with the payment, somebody was telling me they were going to be charged for their own records. And I'm going, wait a second, excuse me? You're being charged for your own records? No. That can't be right. And again, you got to know, okay, can they charge you?
This is a FOIA request at the national VA level through their FOIA department.
Yep.
And because I was requesting a VA breakdown, not only of this region, but I wanted the region to be able to compare it to national averages to say, hey, you know, are you denying more or less than the national average? And are you and are Army veterans getting approved more often than Navy veterans? Or Muslims getting approved more than Christians or agnostics? You know, I wanted to try and get, as much of a breakdown for that as possible.
Holy shit. AVA says he's at 17,000 for FOIA invoices. Yeah. Holy cow.
AVA, get me, or actually if you can, if you get the chance, post the FOIA numbers in the chat, because I will today request those myself. And when it's a federal FOIA, they can charge you, but when you make the FOIA request, you can say I'm willing. It'll ask you how much you're willing to pay.
Right.
And I always say $50, because that's a reasonable price for when we're talking electronic copies, or for someone to make paper copies. That's a reasonable amount of money. I do know for AVA, for one of his, they told him $9,000 is what it would cost, which is ridiculous. But if we all start asking for it, that's when they're going to be like, okay, yeah, we can't do this. But you also, when they tell you this, you have to appeal that and say, yeah, that number is crazy. Just give me the records.
Yep. Well, and let me say again, for everybody that is going to hear this after and it's broadcast, whatever, pull your C file. Go to the National Archives, pull your C file, ask for everything that you've got, in-service events, your APR, whatever, your evaluations, because they'll provide it if they've got it. I'm old school. I'm from the era everything was handwritten. You're talking back in the late 70s, so I'm an old coot.
Hey, we got 95 people in here watching, so I want everybody to hit the like, share, subscribe, whatever you can do with this, because actually, I think we're giving people some great information right now.
Well, most people don't do it, Skipper, because they don't. Here's the deal: the Vietnam era guys, and where I used to live before here, I was surrounded by the Nam guys. I used to go to events, and I mean, some of these guys were pilots, flew for Southwest, and And the culture of the Vietnam era vets is that, they were so pissed on when they came back, it was ridiculous. So a lot of the guys now don't, pardon me, don't feel they're worthy. And I tell anybody, I've given information out to guys on how to get your due. I don't care where you're at. I mean, I talked to one guy and I made it to where financially, I ran the numbers with him by him not doing it, even though he was okay. I said, look, why are you paying for medical?
Yeah. Right.
I said, again, I know there are families that are paying what, $1,000 a month medical.
Mm-hmm.
And, just to whatever. I said, the VA, imagine you being able to say that if you're on a budget. And, all of us know we're rated people. Are with us having a rating, that dollar figure we get every month is like an annuity, a huge chunk of change earning interest. And the interest is what we're paid, in terms of our dollar figure, if you want to place it in the world of investor. I'm an investor. But honestly, everybody that's a vet, go to what's called your C file. That's everything about you. Takes time.
Yep.
I did FOIA on my own stuff for my medical. Then I've got an attorney now. I'm not going to recommend. I'm not going to say his name because he hasn't told me to. But the guy, he charged 20%. I'm okay with that because I have hired attorneys, used attorneys in the past. I know attorneys very well. I know just hundreds of them, so I know my deal. I thought that's not a bad deal. It's in arrears, whatever. And the guy's working for me and what have you. Now, chase your journey wherever you're at, doing what you're doing. Anybody that's listening to this, and if you're a vet, you've earned it by virtue of your service. You are worthy of what you've done. I don't care if you're making $100,000 a month. If you don't want the money, get the money and give it to a charity, for goodness sakes.
Right.
I mean, you've earned it just by virtue of you. And I deal with people as you do, Skipper. I have a problem with people that come in to really trash us vets and just talk smack. And I say, hold on. Did you have the cojones, that's a Southern term, to sign the dotted line knowing full well you could lose your life in defense of our country?
Raise
Absolutely.
your right hand.
Have you ever done that and taken your family, yanked them up, and moved them all over the world? Have you? If you haven't, shut up. Until you've walked in my moccasins, seen what I've seen all over the world I've been at, don't give me any crap. And there are guys that have seen a hell of a lot worse than I have, and I know. I don't take away from anybody, but all the veterans, the combat vets. I'm a peacetime vet. I mean, I'm post Vietnam. We had Panama when I was in, and what is it? Some islands, Falkirk Islands.
Falklands.
Falkland. I was part of that Cold War stuff. And even when I got out of the service, when Desert Storm kicked off, I tried to go back in. They wouldn't let me in because of my disability. And even though I'm a dog guy, I mean, I got boatloads of money tied up on me training dogs. For people. I wasn't a bomb dog. I was a narc guy, but finding people, yada yada yada. And I was ready. I mean, but anyway.
And that's why I say that this platform. That's why I don't want this platform to be about me. I want it's VeteranNation, so that it can be about veterans and people that veterans support. So like if people send me, if you want to DM me a tweet and say, hey, retweet this, I'll do it. If you're dealing with something and you want me to talk about it, I'll talk about it. If you send me your FOIA request, I will FOIA request the same stuff you are, so that you have someone in the fight with you. Because trust me, I've been dealing with the harassment I've been dealing with for 8 years. And they just attacked me in the last a little bit over 6 months now.
Wow.
And they put a TRO on me, which they violated. And that was the big thing.
You're talking the base put a TRO on you? A person from the base?
Two people, base personnel, one of which is an assistant chief of staff, works for the general. He physically attacked me. I defended myself. They went and they gave a false statement to get a TRO, not knowing I had a dash cam where I can prove everything that happened. So we're going to court on the 30th. But one of those individuals who signed that was just served with 17 charges of contempt of court. The TRO is against me, and they still violated the TRO. And the Marine Corps is saying, oh, your thoughts that if you come on base that you're going to be attacked, that's irrational. I've already been attacked. They've already attacked me. I'm like, well, I've been harassed for 8 years, and they're like, well, half of these are old. It's like, yeah, of course they're old because you guys won't stop it.
Wow, that's
Yep.
incredible.
You know,
Jesus.
but
And I've
because
never
I've
heard
had
that in a Marine base. I've never heard of anything like this happening to a veteran. That is just absolutely.
McCagsey,
What
29
did you
Palms.
do? What did you do to get under somebody's skin? did you say something to somebody? They say, I don't like you.
Tell the backstory, Skipper.
No, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what it was. I reported a colonel for adultery. That's what it
Oh,
was.
that's right. Oh, so you're the mouthpiece, and they didn't want him to shut you up. I got you.
Yep.
What is it?
And,
See something, don't say nothing, or don't say anything.
right. In the Marine Corps I grew up in, the higher rank you were, the more accountable you were supposed to be.
Oh, it's supposed
But
to be.
nowadays, you show me E3 Lance Corporal who sleeps with another Marine's wife and doesn't even know it, they're gonna nail that guy to the board. But a colonel who literally took her to the Marine Corps ball as his date while she was still married, guess what?
Wow.
Perfectly fine. Here,
What era
show
was
you
this? What era was this in?
2017.
Oh, you reminded something that
And who was the her, Skipper? And who was the her that he took?
Oh, she was my wife.
Oh my God. Well, it's interesting you said that, Skip. Oh my
There they
gosh.
are.
Oh my gosh.
Full bird colonel. Now here's the thing. Am I angry? I wasn't angry at that time. I kept telling her, divorce me. She wouldn't do it. But yet she was telling people all over base I was physically abusive, which I wasn't. The only person who was physically abusive, and I have police reports, was her. And she then was telling people that we were divorced. Now, he was going through a divorce with his wife, but he knew she was divorced, and I can prove it.
Well, it's interesting. You just brought this up because when I was stationed up in North Dakota, there was a officer, a young officer guy. He was a first lieutenant, and I was my second career. I was in education, so I was, helping people getting their. We had everybody on the base, so I was helping them get their education from the collegiate side, also to the military education side. So this guy was dating a lady, same scenario. And, I happen to know them both. Well, he ended up getting busted and court-martialed. And he had bought this gal a nice 1-carat ring, and I'd known him at the time, and I bought the ring from him. He needed some money. I said, a carat's worth of diamonds? Oh, hell yeah, I'll buy it from him. We still got it. My wife has it. And that just reminded me about this adultery because, the Air Force, they hung this guy out to dry. I mean, I think he did time in Leavenworth for it.
So if I can get this to show up. There's the number to IGMC 703-604-4525. All I've ever asked for is a thorough investigation. And this was already posted by Kahanu in the comments. I'm just telling people, do your conscience. You saw the email, you saw the phone number. I'm not telling you to do anything. If you want justice, if you want to see the Marine Corps and our military better, this is what it's going to take. We have to hold them accountable.
And this colonel is still a colonel?
He was allowed to retire. He was given a Legion of Merit on his way out the door. And then he was made the director of mission assurance. So fire, safety, and MPs fall underneath him. He's in charge of the MPs, and he thinks it's okay to attack
So
people.
he's a GS-rated guy now in a civilian position on the post?
Yes, he is. He's a GS 12 or 13. I can't remember which at the moment.
And then have you thought about going on, following him and then going at him on the GS side of the house?
So I made complaints. To my HR.
Now, I know there's a union with GS. I know that.
There is a union. Here's what they're trying to say. Because he attacked you off base, there's nothing we can do. Which is completely and totally false. If you read,
he was in uniform, he was representing he was a military guy.
Well,
off base or on base, doesn't matter.
He's a supervisor, and if you read the Marine Corps, the Marine Corps orders, when it talks about harassment, it doesn't say rank. It says supervisor, And
Oh well.
then when it talks about victim, it talks veteran, military, and civilian. Guess what? I am all three.
I'll be damned.
But yet they tried to say that that Marine Corps order didn't apply to me.
Well, look, if if it happened to you, I mean, look at Eddie Gallagher and his command. I mean, they ignored him all day long. I mean, even and we talked about this before, so it's like
he was in solitary, not allowed to talk to his
I've got his book. I've got a flag coming in that I'll be having on my back here. So again, and I think it was in California, but I don't know if he was on a Navy post, or was he on the Marine? I don't remember where Eddie was at. Where was he in the brig at?
I think he was
Marine?
Coronado.
Coronado. That yeah. So, but yeah. Well, again, that's a fight, and that just for people that are have had military experience, it's like really, to me, it's just.
Look at what they've done with the people who died, like Brandon Caserta. He left a suicide note and walked into the rotors of a plane or a helo, I believe it was. And his dad was a Navy veteran, and they're still stonewalling that family. I've had them on the show. They live in Arizona, really sweet people. And to lose your only son in that way and then have the Navy screw you over and just keep things from you and whatnot after, it's just ridiculous.
Well, all this does, all these venues, these types of video casts like this and others shows the deficit, shows the deficits that are apparent. And you're able to view these and you're able to discuss them accordingly. And again, therein lies when you have a following of people, if someone feels so led to say, hey, this is, enough's enough. And someone has to be vested, has to be emotionally invested in something happening. And there's a lot of people out there that'll do it. They'll say, hey, we'll go in court.
What happened to me is just a symptom. It's not the problem. It's just a symptom of the problem. And I'll give you an example. The MPs on this base who fall under Hal Sellers, here's what they've done just in the last 6 months. A civilian, unarmed civilian, tried to get aboard the base. He tried to run the gate. They shot him. They used deadly force on someone who was not armed. Then, back in January, another civilian tried to run the gate. They pit maneuvered the wrong vehicle and they killed a child in a minivan.
I heard about that. Yeah.
And the thing is, they're not taking any responsibility of that. But that's the leadership. Hal Sellers is the leadership. He attacks people. He's the one setting policy, and that's the trickle down effect.
Well, go over to Blind Justice channel and kind of look at how he handled. Who was it? He handled somebody that this kind of has a ring in my mind about, just the way how he did it, how he did the expose on him. And if you're in litigation, obviously there's some stuff you can't do, and what have you. But look, guys,
we got to bring him on.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to talk to him.
And I did a short little.
But I haven't seen any posts from him in a while, so I don't. Either I'm not getting them or.
No, Mike's he's going through stuff. I mean, the last time I talked to him, he's doing okay. But the big thing about Blind Justice is he's a very soft-spoken guy. I have mad respect for he and his family. I talk to Kevin about it. Kevin and I talk about him regularly. I mean, every time we talk about him, and we're going to do something for him in a big way. Good. But this is a guy who, if you follow the guy's story, and there's a lot of videos. I mean, I wish I could get ChatGPT trained to actually open up a video and then strip out the transcripts. I want to, it'd be nice. ChatGPT 4 paid version doesn't do that. What is that? Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Everyone who's watching, go to YouTube. You'll see his stuff.
There's another Blind Justice, but it's at Blind Justice, and it's you'll see. Yep. He's been doing this for quite a while. He's an activist. He's a peaceful guy, ADA guy, big time, because he's blind. But the stuff that happened to him in North Carolina is just like It's so bad. In fact, I think when I kind of picked up and I was new to this whole thing, listening and looking and observing, I looked at them in some part of North Carolina. And who's the North Carolinian guy? My mind just went blank. It goes Bam, NC Tire Hunter. He was with NC Tire Hunter, and he was with a bunch of other guys. Now that I remember, their faces. And this guy, a blind guy, was being attacked in the streets by people, literally being attacked. I mean, and I'm going, but I mean, knowing the stuff behind the scenes like I do about what's happened to him. And again, this is something, and I said this last time we were together. I have tried for the last 10 months and more, ever since I talked to, I started this whole thing. I've tried to get his stuff out in the mainstream every way I know how, and even in front of veteran Congress people. I mean, veterans. The problem is there's no guts, there's no glory, there's none of that that will, there's none of that visual enticement to cause you to go, I'm so aggrieved. It's a long story of aggrievement. And it's bad. I mean, if you read his 4 pages in prison, it's like, holy crap.
This is why I'm going to keep pushing out, doing form letters, doing petitions, doing letters that people can sign on to, because if the easier we can make it for the average person to show that they support us, the bigger support we'll be able to show, and the more things we can actually affect.
Absolutely.
That's where it comes down to figuring out a good hashtag that is universal enough to work for everybody.
Yeah, and that's why I think Discord will be a good place if we can start utilizing that as a way to coalesce. But yeah, coming up with hashtags, being able to have groups to push those hashtags out to. I know a lot of the people watching, like we have 107 people here on Twitter, and thank you so much for all of you watching. Please hit the like button and share this and subscribe. But they likely have found me through some of the groups that I'm in, where a bunch of us, we promote each other. And the more we can keep doing that, it becomes very easy to get things trending. And that's why anyone watching me, anything, if you're going through something and you need my assistance, send me stuff to retweet. Send me stuff and say, hey, do a video about this. I get a lot who do. It just, I have to always do it when people are ready. I invited a young woman, a veteran, to the stream today. She, when we were talking about the veteran service organizations, she didn't go through one. She did her claim and then hired an attorney. And she's found success with that. Took a while, but she found success with it. So these veteran organizations, you can't tell someone what their journey is. Now, eventually she'll come on. She's dealing with harassment. I told her, I said, look, I'll support you in any way I can. It just, I do have my limitations sometimes, but I will support you. Same thing. I've got a woman up in South Dakota who has her local government dumping hazardous chemicals onto her property. And she's been fighting. She's got a ton of videos. And I told her, I said, when you're ready to go forward, I can get this out to a bunch of auditors so we can try to get this out there in the public sphere. It's just,
my wife being a veteran, unfortunately, she refuses to deal with the VA or a lot of that stuff just because she knows what they do. The VA keeps pushing for all these women veteran services, but they can't even get the male veteran services right.
But here's the point, though. There's a lot of guys, and look, I'm older than all you guys. If you've earned it, you deserve it, and if you can handle it, I understand. We're not much, but enough, Bubba. I still got you, bud. But the idea is, if you qualified and you've earned to get your rating, even a 0% rating, even you young guys, if you're just now getting out of service, I didn't know I could have filed for my deal back in '87 when I got out of service. And someone said, have you filed? And they remembered I broke my neck and yada, yada, yada. And I'm going, no. So at the time, back in that era, if memory serves, I had to submit my paperwork within a time frame, or I could not have submitted it. I would have been SOL. I'd have been out of luck. I'd have not gotten a rating. So I at least got into the system because someone said, hey, by the way, did you? At least do it. Submit it. File what's called a letter of intent. You have 365 days to gather your facts. File what's called a letter of intent from the VA. And then it gives you 365 to get your case going. So when you submit email through the system, and hard copy printed through the U.S. Postal with a signature required. This way it's trackable. To this day, just to give you an example, I have asked for 3 FOIAs from DBQs and from what's been filed on my behalf, and the VBA has not sent me a thing. It's since January. But I've gotten all this other stuff. I just got a recent denial here yesterday.
Well, I do want to comment that even though the VA sucks, hashtag VA sucks for that part of it, that I wouldn't have even started getting VA services because I wasn't service connected, and I was always under the impression during my service from the 90s that, to really use the VA, you need to be service connected. I found out they have an income eligibility. If you're low income, or even if you are a higher income, you basically pay like you do with Medicare or with Medicaid, with the government, with the other side of the government. You can still sign up for the VA. And I think
you walk into any VA as a veteran, regardless, they have to see you. I mean, they will see you at the hospital, the big VA, the clinics, maybe not so much, but the hospitals, you walk in, you're a veteran. Big thing I tell guys, get an electronic copy of your DD-214 on your phones. So this way you scan it, you've got a copy of it, and you could share it with them. I'm a DD-214 guy, yada, yada, yada. Because, too many people try to use it for...
And I email it to myself.
Yeah.
So I've got
I've got it in my Google Drive, both a redacted and an unredacted copy.
There you go.
Well, I've got 2 emails. One is for important documents, and the other one is for receipts because I do a lot of business stuff. And I'm constantly scanning stuff and emailing to those emails. So that way, I at least have it somewhat organized. I still got to look for it, but I know, okay, if I go to one of these 2 email accounts, it'll be there. And that's all I use those email accounts for.
Oh, I hear you, man.
But the reason I want to make sure
I'm
to
gonna
bring
let
up the
you
whole
guys
income
do your
eligibility
thing
is...
I'm gonna let you guys do your thing this Sunday. I'm gonna bounce. I had to lay down a little bit. But all you guys watching, I have not done anything on X. I used to have a big account on X that I said no, I can't do that because it's a paid name. I'd had it for years. I was a licensee in the real estate sector, and I said, well, I can't use that terminology anyway. But and the minute I cut it off, some other Texas guy picked up on it because I had a sweet handle. But in any event, I'm glad you're streaming. Glad I'm looking at this through Restream, Skipper. But you guys have a great Sunday. I've got some, I'm off now until August before I start up again for school, and I'm gonna keep trugging until I get this degree. Chase this other bucket list deal. Finish it up.
Skipper's camera again.
No worries. Well, you guys have a great one. Thanks for allowing me to visit with you guys. Good to see you, Eric.
Good to see you too.
All right.
Skipper, can you hear me? Where'd you go?
Hold on here.
The conspiracy kitty created a conspiracy over your camera. I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
I can't hear you.
I can hear you just fine. It's your video. You went black screen again.
Hold on here. Maybe if I do this. Okay, let's try now.
Still black screen.
Okay, I see where the sound is there. Let me take a look.
Did you overheat your camera?
Yeah. Take a look. Can you hear me?
And Yvette's still hiding in the chat.
Okay, so I can hear you through here. It just cut off. I don't know what's going on. But I can hear you through my phone, through the stream, but I just can't hear you through here anymore.
Sounds like your device is having issues.
I'm gonna check.
I mean, you got your camera working earlier without a problem. Well,
yeah, it's not giving me any options. Well, are you okay if I go ahead and end the stream?
Yeah, if you're ready to end it. I mean, you've been streaming for 4 hours. You've had your stream up for 4 hours, and I've been here for what, 3.5 of it. So, if you want to call it a day for now, that's fine by me. I mean, it's your stream. So,
sorry, I'm just not hearing you. So yeah, I think it's because we've used too much of the RAM and whatnot. So I'll go ahead and end the stream just because we're running into technical issues. But I really do want to thank everyone for being here. If everyone would please like, share, and subscribe this. I'm glad that we were able to do this. I think we had some great information that we passed. Thank you to everyone who joined. Eric, do you want to go ahead and plug your channel?
yeah, my YouTube channel is at KD7LTN. That's the easiest way to find me on most platforms, as well on Twitter and places like that, Facebook. And yeah, I dropped the links earlier for the Discord server. You can also find me there.
All right, looks like you're done talking. I couldn't hear you. I can hear you only on the delay. So I'm going to go ahead and end this then. Thank you to Eric. Thank you to Greg, for everyone coming on. Check out Chris Stockton at 4 o'clock Eastern time. He does his show. That'll be on YouTube, Chatting with Sasquatch. And for everyone who came, as usual, thank you for being worth serving.